Very good. Right now I'm doing a whole bunch of goofy-ass wand experimentation. Oh, why hello there, kitty man. How you doing? You little grumpster? Little grumpster McFluff? And welcome on Annie Suna Dyer. How are you doing on this fine morning? This is a very strange wand I've cooked up here. It just fires a bunch of glitter bombs and then runs out of mana. Very ill-conceived from beginning to end. However, I did make several fun discoveries, such as this extremely reliable method to make huge numbers of slugs. Slug everywhere, but not a drop to drink. That makes no sense at all, but hey, it's fun. Rock and roll. Rock. Oh, that's right, I also wanted to try this, that's right, I wanted to try this, redeem. I was messing with StreamerBot recently. Grow Eldritch Squish Power. Does it work? No. Oh well, I gave it a try. Oh well, one of these days I'll figure it out. Or maybe I meant... Or was it this? Nope. It's not working. I gave it a try. But hey, I'll definitely need to figure out what I did wrong there later.
It's a me.
Oh shit! Hey, Lassie! Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome in, Dark Fox. Welcome in, Conga Line. I'm glad to have y'all.
It's a me.
Thank you so much for the raid, Lassie. I really appreciate that. Right now, I made a fun thing. Look, it makes more slugs than ever. You see? The number of slugs has multiplied drastically. More than you could ever expect. More than you could ever need. But certainly, maybe it's the number you might want. It's a weird interaction of myriad spell with other shit, and it's fantastic. Hey, welcome on in, Coitus. Let me move computer so I can read it closer, better, gooder. Welcome in, Coitus Mokro07. Dodgy, welcome on in. I'm glad to see ya. And thank you very much. Slug to slug, squish to squish. I'm so glad you understand, Dark Fox. Oh, and welcome on in. Fussib. Glad to have ya. And yeah, I'm just I'm happy to be here, and I've been messing about with some goofy ass wand builds, and I've got some very fun ones. We've of course got my newest squish thing here. It's little squishy tentacle things. But yes, I also recently made a pretty functional, but you know, nice and simple type of build. It was pretty cute. Several of them actually. Oops, what have I done? Wrong button. Yeah, I remember. What was this guy? Oh yeah, he was just Sparkles. It's Sparkles. It's profoundly ineffective, but it's so pretty. It's like not the most ineffective one I've made, but it's extremely pretty. However, the more effective ones that I made were like that were also pretty. Were some of these guys. So much, it's lovely. But yeah, I appreciate you guys coming on in. And plan for today is a relatively short stream, most likely. And I'm just gonna have a good old time messing about with these things, and I might, let's see, I was considering New Game Plusing again pretty shortly. And indeed, Flex Coral, well, rage quit's a strong word. I think it was more like made the calculated decision to strategically withdraw from the continuing the stream. But you know, it's understandable, right? Like we've all strategically withdrawn from the stream before. Truly, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you know, and it happens. And yeah, I've also added to the what do you call it? The Noita wiki, the fun little interaction with explosive bounce, because explosive bounce and infestation, if you guys didn't know, it's actually, in my opinion, a little bit better than infestation and explosive projectile, because it causes more. What was this one? Oh yes, it was this insanity. Ill-conceived from beginning to end, but hey, it's cool. Very dangerous. 0 out of 10. I do not recommend to anybody who's not already in a god run. Oh, I see what happened. I clicked the wrong button. There we are. However, what I will do is explosive projectile. Oh, that's right. This is why it was ill-conceived, I recall now. It was the personal lightning thrower that was most ill-conceived. Oh, what's the huge wand list? Classical mechanics? Oh, it's basically, these are my fully functional,
Armed and operational battle stations.
yeah, no, it's, basically just all the wands that I've completed. And hey, Meeple, I'm glad to have you. The Hamper of Champs, this is true. Champion of Hampers, you know, is it because I'm great at laundry, or is it because something, the people, they lose their clothing around me because, you know, they get computer viruses and their pants fall off, and you know how it is. And I'm glad that you're doing great. Green Bay, you say? Ha ha! That's a faraway place. But yes, essentially all the things in tab 1 are functional wands that do different things. For example, that's a functional, like, compact, like, what do you call it? Concentrated and intense concentrated light build, you see? Observe. It do all of this shit. See? And then you can expect large damage numbers like that will assuredly also hurt you. Terrible, terrible. But it is functional. And then, of course, you know, a classic Ping Pong Lumi. Just because of the grand utility of Ping Pong Lumi. That's a compact, what do you call it? You know, the thing with the... I've got this. I know the words. I have words some of the time. Functional lag machine. You are right. You are right. I think the real person to blame is myself here for the lag in this particular instance, rather than my 12-year-old computer, because I accidentally cast Personal Lightning Thrower, and now we're here. But hey, in the meantime, we can enjoy Machine Gun. It's pretty, nah. Pretty. Oh, and welcome on in, Valuable Banana. I'm glad to have you, first time chatter. I'm glad that you like my slides. I can say that the slides are absolutely my most flattering quality. I promise that the slides are beautiful, just like me. That said, of course, I will likely have a upgrade in the semi-near future, but hey. How the fuck long does Personal Lightning Thrower last, man? It feels like it's been happening for actually ever. But, you know, that's okay. And then this particular wand is just it's a true orbit freeze melee thing. Just like a little freeze melee defense machine. And this guy is actually just a storage wand. And this one, I do believe, is this a concentrated light? Yeah, I wanted to see how concentrated light bounce and the electric arc work together. And the answer is actually really well, because you can get these nice 45-degree angles. and 90-degree angles kind of things going on, so you can get pretty predictable electrical arcs, which I've been having trouble with, realistically. I also made my first... What the... Oh, here's it. Here's the beautiful guy, I think. Maybe. It sure is. Look at that digging. Look at that damage. The part of what's doing the business here. Oh wait, no, this is the wrong one. But it is doing nice job here with all the Chaos Larpa and the Pinpoint of Light. It's fun. It's pretty. And this guy's just... What if Pinpoint of Light but saw blades? And it's a question that I find it's important to pose philosophically, right? 39 in 4 days. Happy birthday! Birthday? Right. Test part. Oh, don't you worry about Isunadai. I am not the type of person to, what do you call it? The phrase is look a gift horse in the mouth. So happy birthday. I'm just glad that, you know, it's your birthday. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. And yeah, then of course I got a nice little pretty magic missile wand. But yeah, and this one was another ill-founded construction. But this one, I think, I'm pretty proud of this guy. This was the Dragon Wand. And what this one does is it produces infinite saw blades. And they basically never stop. Yeah, and they just keep on going and going and going and going and multiplying. And it's fantastic. But of course, you know, that's not the best for anybody. Oh, and you finally got your forge set up and you made your first forge weld? That's awesome. Hell yeah. That is really exciting. But yes, valuable banana. So the slow slides won't be forever, but it is the case right now. And, you know, I can understand if that means that you want to head out. I'm not going to be upset with you. Such is life. But of course, I'd like to think that my charming slime personality is what the real selling point is. But for those of you who don't know me, I'm hamperchamp. Oh, thank you so much, Valuable Banana, for the follow. I really appreciate that. You're convinced? Well, I'm glad. That makes me smile. Yeah, I am an Eldritch Slime achieving world domination. One stream at a time. I may even yap about my evil plan, and you may find out how to stop me. One of these days. I normally do a slightly better pitch, but you know. Nobody's on their A game every day. However, Energy Orb is my favorite projectile. I mean, listen to that sound effect. Like, that's delicious. And I mean, it's spherical. What more could you want? I mean, it's like, insert, I don't know, some silly beholder nonsense here. From D&D, of course, you know, beholders and the like. I also was rather fond of this particularly strange, like, wand build. I don't know why, but I find it kind of therapeutic to watch the little sparkles go after the bad guys, right? It's kind of nice. And they just kind of... I like the way that they sparkle around. And I planned also on testing out Chaotic Transmutation and how it shuts off the first line of Lua code in various spells pretty darn soon. Because I learned about it the other day. Oh no, you can't hear it. That means I've turned... Oh, give me a sec. I know how to fix this. I know how to fix. I need to scooch. I scooched. How about now? Can we hear now? One can only hope that that fixed it. I hope. But hey, such is life. Yeah. Ooh, you made classical mechanics. I made a slideshow yesterday because you tried Drunk Moon Quest, got Spirit Essence, forgot automatically ignite gas, yeah, like whiskey vapor, and therefore also the whiskey. 2 frames per second fire simulation. Classical mechanics. I feel your pain so much. So much. I don't have words, right? I do have words, but just give me a moment to collect those thoughts. So when I went on the moon quest, it was so miserable. It was after a dunk raid, right? And then I discovered, then and only then, that I overshot the moon by 4 parallel worlds vertically into heaven, right? And so then at that stage, I had realized I fucked up because the frames that you see before you now, the glorious frames that are present, vanished. They became an endangered species, you see. And it became every like 15 seconds I got a frame or two. And then I was like, oh god, have I bricked this run? And it was because of all the fucking essences, right? And fortunately, I was able to escape whatever hellhole messed up thing was happening at 5 vertical parallel worlds. But yes. Oh, it was a whole thing, man. It was so crazy. Also, Firebomb? I really like it as a projectile. Right? It's not going to help you with a whole bunch of different enemies, right? But there are some enemies it'll absolutely help you with. But man, it only costs 10 mana. Right? 10, what a deal. 10 mana for 10 fire damage? That's a 1-to-1 mana to damage ratio. I love that. Oh, and it was rough. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was a pretty rough go. But fortunately, the problem did not last forever. And God, it was so sketchy. Like I did not anticipate that type of outcome, right? But it was such an unpleasant experience that I was like, I may never try to do a Sun Quest until I get like the CPU upgrade. Or mess with the essences ever again until I get the CPU upgrade. Because yeah, it was just so rough. Because yeah, I was like, wow. It was shocking, truly. But yes, I also have this cute little guy. I'm rather fond of how this one works because like it was very difficult to get the speed correct to have it like do a thing that I wanted it to, right? Because you know how like various projectiles inherit their speed of like if you cast them together, you know. So basically, because the tentacle has like a speed of 6, getting it to work correctly is like a hell of a time, right? But finally, I figured it out, and I basically just like I think I split these casting blocks up is what I did, and then this guy doesn't have like you know no it does have huge speed, but by separating these casting blocks, actually you know what? I have no fucking idea why this works. If any of you understand it, help. Right? Well, okay, let me free. Why does it work some of the time? Right? Why is it the sum of the time? Is Octagonal Bolt Bundle doing something funky here? And like messing about with like the speed? Because it certainly seems like it is, right? I really like the way that it goes out and then it detonates. It's very strange, but I absolutely love it. And I have no idea why it works. But I did put some significant effort into making it work, but I don't recall why it works. Will I unbox it on stream? Maybe. I'm not sure. I've never done such a thing. Yeah. And when I have the courage, you would think you'd like me to try for the RX 580? Well, go ahead and tell me what it is. I'm curious. I'm gonna run a 1 minute ad real quick, and then we'll be right back. And in the meantime, I'm gonna resituate. Eh. Eh. Grab this. And that's right. Well, I've misplaced that. I guess it's fine. Ah, water. Is that a little fluffy kitty I see? Does the little fluffy Mr. Man want to come up and be a snuggle buddy? That's exactly what Mr. Kitty Man would like. Oh, the cute kitty's eyes went so wide. Yeah, Kitty Man. Come on up. Oh, hi there. Who's a good kitty? Come here. Who's my fluffy kitty man? Oh, who's a good Will Hades man? Oh. The kitty cat jumped, like as soon as I suggested he come up to be a little snuggle buddy, his eyes went super wide, and it's very cute. What a goodwill man. What a goodwill guy. And that's a great question as to like the thing whether or not it's been tweaked. Because yeah, I did know that like GPUs also had a BIOS, right? This was a thing that I had learned when I was like reading about the various bits and bobs with like GPU updates and all that shit. But yeah, you can hear. Oh, 2 more ticks you say to turn it up. I can do that. You better bet. Oh, Kitty. I think Kitty got startled by the by somebody driving by in a car because their headlights are visible. And the kitty cat is easily startled by headlights. This one. I don't know that I care for personal lightning throw. It's caused me nothing but grief. However, that is super pretty, isn't it? And it delivers a propane tank to the enemy. Wow, what a deal. Propane tank for the price of just of one for the price of one cast, you get 3 lethal things that would kill anybody who's not already in a god run. How lovely. Let's see. And let me see. But yes, I do believe I've turned the sound up. So, yeah, like the... Oh god, there's so many wacky things. But yeah. Let me see. Oh yes, the slugs. Somebody asked about slugs. I will always... I love answering the slugs. Oh yes, the mechanics that got us to multiple slugs is Myriad Spell. So I actually intend on fucking with it more. But I basically was thinking about it. I was like, surely Myriad Spell will only fuck up Tentacle, right? Nothing good could come from Myriad Spell and Tentacle, is what I thought, right? Boy, was I wrong. I was so fucking wrong. Actually, I just want to make sure this does still work with... Yeah, it still works just fine without the personal lightning thrower. Because if that was somehow the thing that was the defining factor, I'd be pretty shocked. Okay. Oh, I see. So that is not relevant here. In fact, this one seems incomplete. I probably kept this guy. I actually have no idea why. Was this? Oh. That's what it was. It's because it just keeps making more detonations. Oh, I understand now. It was the add trigger and the LARPA explosion and all the things. And so it was the fact that this was a semi-finite, gigantic number of explosions. But then again, that's some hella castelli. What was I don't know what I was cooking with this one, frankly. This one is going down to the it's undercooked. The undercooked category. And this one is pretty fun, actually. It's just a whole lot of lightning with linear arc. Simple. Relatively effective. Bitcoin miners did that reportedly. Interesting. You'll add some fun prints. Oh, goody. Yay. And let me see. So, unless gives confidence that the original owner did not tweak it or some such. TBH, I think that there's a 0% chance that they didn't tweak it. I'll bet money that they tweaked it. For various reasons, because they were trying to fix various things. I'm so glad that you love the science experiments, because it's fun. we have so many goofy things that we can do, and it's great. You know, it's just good shit. And I think, I've done it again. But yes, and then we've got this guy. Now this, I do believe, is my slightly safer version of that other wand with the intense concentrated light, you see? It's slightly safer, of course, because, well, it's got long distance cast on it. That's really the only difference. However, it does have this fantastic interaction of if you cast it into like a solid thingamabob, like that, right? It basically will just guarantee kill whatever's inside there, right? And you don't need to do that much work about it, right? So like it's basically a spider killer type of build, right? And so it's the addition, I think, of like the cluster bolt with the octagonal bolt bundle that's really doing all the heavy lifting here. Because, and if anybody had like a better like CPU, right, it would not cause this type of slowdown. But yeah, it's like very interesting to me because it's it does a great job. But here's what this looks like outside of a confined space, because of course cluster bolt without an egg is going to hurt you. But yeah, you have a good one, Isuna Dyer. Have a lovely day. Yeah. And it was Myriad Spell, Isuna Dyer. Myriad Spell's what made the slugs. Look at all of the slugs. It's art, I tell you. It's the Myriad Spell. So pretty. I love the fact that they're not behaving at all the way that normal tentacles should. Oh god, it's nonsense. Good stuff, good stuff. I love it so much. Marvelous, truly marvelous. And that's a more standard type of ping pong Lumi. And yes, this is okay. Now we're back around to the normal things. Now that guy, what was I cooking here? Oh, I think I remember. I think the aim here was it's supposed to be a thing that just generally will kill something in one go. I don't think it does the job, actually. The more I'm thinking about it, the more ill-conceived this particular wand build is. In fact, the longer I look at it, the more I'm convinced it's a terrible idea. Oh, good, I'm glad. But yeah. In fact, yes, we're gonna put them down into the undercooked area because yes, it's undercooked. But yes, um, and earlier I started watching this anime earlier. I will, let me find the title here real quick. Um, it's honestly pretty satisfactory. Management of Novice Alchemist. Yes. Um, Basically, if you're the type of person who enjoyed the realist, like the isekai that was like the realist person, like rebuilds the kingdom or whatever, or anything about budgeting and finance and or like rebuilding towns or like building towns, that type of isekai shit. Like if you like that type of slop, you'll like this show. Except it's got the major benefit of being a somewhat adorable like Yuri romance. Mm-hmm. Major benefit. But yes, here's a solid example of this explosive bounce build I was talking about with the infestation, because it works real good. Right? Although I don't think it needs the blood cloud, TBH. In fact, it's messing things up. So let's... Sure. That's actually fine. Here we go. Yeah. So the decelerating shot ooh, this actually works nicely. It works to contain it, to make it a bit safer, so it's less likely to bounce back into your face. Yeah. I think that actually takes this from being mostly a novelty to kind of functional. One decelerating shot did it for real? I'm actually a little shocked at that. That it would be that simple. You wouldn't say that that anime was quite that, but it was nice. And yeah, that's totally fair, Dodgy. Like, you're right. Like, it's got... Wait, which? The Yuri romance bit? Or the other bit? Because, yeah, personally, like, yeah. Oh, the other part? I see, yes. Because, yeah, it's, I just like that the background of the show is basically just the various ways that they're like trying to balance their budget and like deal with their finance problems, and that it's pretty sensible because it's very helpful for me as like a DM, like like because the party is at a stage where actually you know what, give me like 2 seconds. Let me just look at my party's coffers because they have so much money. um let's see, it's Mad Loot is the document name. Yeah. The docs. Not to be confused with doxing somebody. That's very different. But yes. Because, like, it's so many hundreds of thousands of gold pieces. And they've also got, like, the means and knowledge to manufacture various things. Right? And not only that, they've got, like, they also own an orphanage, too. Mad Loot Doc, there we are. Right, so like if they felt like being a little bit more cutthroat about it, okay, yeah, here it is. They've got 3.5 million gold, and that's just in pure currency. That is ignoring gems and magic items and other things. So realistically, they have the means to like do all sorts of shit, and they could start a country really if they felt like it. Yeah. And so like the fact that this is a major like type of focus of what they do in like anime such as that, it's very, very helpful. Very helpful. Man, I really like this infestation explosive bounce build. It's really fun. So simple. I'm gonna use it whenever that shit shows up, like in basically every run it shows up in. Oh, and now we get to, although no, the energy orb is being sullied by the um, glowing lance, I believe is what it's called. So we must find the we must find the pure energy orb. Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh God, how would Myriad? You know what? I can try. I can mess with it. I can do it right this second. Let's find out, guys. Let's find out. Will Myriad spell on its own make slugs? No. But will Myriad spell do it if I add just one chain spell into the mix? Just one. Will it do it? Let's find out. It will. It will make slugs if you add just a single chain spell into the mix. Interesting. That is mighty fascinating, isn't it? I love the way that it just, because yeah, like I wouldn't expect them to shoot out in that like type of hexagonal pattern. Like I guess maybe that's coming from the quadruple scatter spell, possibly. Maybe. Truly, I've not got a clue. Cause yeah, that shit, very strange, very strange. God, I love it. It's so much fun. I see that I also have these. To my recollection, I believe my plan was to use divide buys with the crit on oil if I could find an oil material, but then oil material was evading me for a long time, so I put the wand away to deal with later. That's what happened. And now that I do have oil material, every time I have the energy and mental effort to do that, I then forget. I feel like this is I feel like this is maybe relatable to somebody, I hope. Oh God. And that's right. Well, there's an oil right there, but it's being used. Okay, so what exactly is so the actual, okay, so here the actual, that's the whole deal. All right. Inside the spark bolt, I see. Does it actually work that way? Yeah, it does. This is one of my most actually functional damaging wands. Because, yeah, this thing, to my recollection, it pumps. It pumps major damage. Yeah. And I don't think that I fucked up any part of this build. Yeah. Yeah. I'm actually a little surprised I didn't mess it up. Because, you know, usually you mess up some part of a build up because I'm still very, very new to this game. I mean, I love it a whole lot, but you know, and I made my first edit to the wiki entries today, like half an hour ago or less. But I had fun. I added the explosive bounce with the infestation. Hopefully they'll keep it, because I think it's a cute interaction. And that's right, I wanted to make a bouncing burst-esque build, but with infestation. Because I wanted to see what happened. Like, what happens. Right? Because I made, like, 5 different bouncing burst builds. I made a really, honestly, slightly unhinged number of them. I'm not sure why I did so. I just kind of... Sometimes, you know, when you're working on autopilot, you just do certain things, right? And for whatever reason, I think it's probably because the Bouncing Burst build is the first build that I really understood when Dunk started yapping about it, right? But yeah, I also really liked that anime. It was a good anime. It's been a good anime. I haven't finished it yet, but you know. I am hoping that it will not get terrible or anything. Oh shit, there's all my heavy shots. I hope I can remember that. Alrighty, where are you at, Mr. Bouncing Burst? Or, you know, disc projectile, either will do. Otherwise, I'll just have to build out yet another one, which, I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But it would be a little embarrassing when I eventually find... Oh, there it is. Wait, what? What is this build? Oh, I remember it now. Wait, do I? What the fuck was I cooking here? You know, some of the time you're cooking and you don't know what the hell you were cooking, and then you just, it's fine. We can all just accept that it was secretly a genius idea, and we can all ignore that there was no logic in this. There was no logic found in this place. But that's fine. Only Eldritch Madness here. Only the best Eldritch Madness. Only the most delicious, I assure you. And we're gonna have the infestation here. And then we're gonna throw the heavy shots and all that nonsense on. And then we're gonna put this guy away because we got the dealies we needed off of it. Is that right? That's all the things. Yes, it is. Marvelous. And then we go back over to here. Alright. Exciting. I believe that this was the correct place to be looking. Oh yeah, and that was my... Would you like some meteors, good sir? Wand. And yes, I would like some meteors. And it didn't have any point except more meteors. Oh, and this is also bouncing. Actually, you know what? Because this one's pre-made and I can just swap it out, that's what I'll do. Okay. Now, is there any part of this that is nonsensical or entirely non-functional? No, I don't think so. So, now let's find out. Whoa, what the fuck? Well, those certainly accelerated fast. Okay, let's go find some bad guys. Okay. There's a guy. Whoa. That's a lot. That's some damage. I mean, but most of that I think is coming from this, so we're probably looking at like about a tenth or less of that, so maybe or half, so maybe 250 damage. So that's not very impressive. Oh, that was better. That was better. What do you guys think? Do you think that the infestation or the bouncing burst itself is better for like a bouncing burst build? Because I'm inclined to think the bouncing burst may well be just like better in this respect. Because it doesn't die at like the really low amounts of like velocity and whatnot. But I also don't really know. But then again, well, this is a projectile weakening mage. What am I? They're a terrible example. They have like resistance to projectile damage and shit, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this guy. Swapper. No, swapper, no swapping. That was about like what, 11,000, 12,000. And then we're looking at yeah, that seems like that would be about at least about 6,000 damage, which that's nothing to sneeze at, I don't suppose. I'm gonna run a 1-minute ad real quick. I'll be right back. Hi, Mr. Kitty Man. That was pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty solid damage. Okay. Oh yeah, I recall now. What that one needed in this last slot was one extra heavy shot. Hi, kitty. And I do believe that I have that heavy shot sitting right about in here. Also, what kind of build do you guys think I should use my always cast projectile gravity field wand for? Because I have just the one, and I don't know what I want to use it for, because my initial thought was Omega Saw Blades. But I've just already done so many Omega Saw Blades, right? And I don't want to be wholly unoriginal, right? I'm not like a super original person, but like I don't want to be totally unoriginal. Hi, oh, does the kitty want squishes? Here, have some squishes, Mr. Man. Who's my fluffy guy? That's you, Mr. Man. Who's my fluffable, puffable kitty? That's you. Let me see. What was I cooking with this wand? It seems slightly ill-conceived. It assuredly is. At least somewhat ill-conceived. Oh wait, no! This wand needed actual, normal homing, and then to trade out the fizzle. Because you've already got accelerative homing. The 2 accelerating shots. 3 accelerating shots even. So then, I guess that means the other thing you really need there is just one more heavy shot. Yeah, okay, that one seems like this is gonna work. Yeah, it works. So that was 5,000 something, but that means that was maybe pretty small potatoes. Definitely missed that damage number, but it seems sizable. Alrighty. So I guess that does mean that this guy is actually done. But then again, maybe I only need 2 of the accelerating things. Actually, here's an idea. Get rid of an accelerating shot and swap it for accelerative homing. Is this wise? Unsure. Projectile mages are not the best to collect data from. That seemed like a big number that I missed. Unsure. Does it need more than one? Rotate towards, maybe. To conserve the speed. Or does it want more than one homing? That is the real question now, isn't it? I mean, the damage field isn't strictly necessary here. So I guess I can flip-flop that. Okay, well let's just try the simplest version with just an extra homing. Wait, what? Excuse me? Okay, let's just do it. What? No, it is better. Definitely seems like that I'm fuzzling something up. Unclear what, though. Maybe it just needs more base damage? It certainly could be that simple. Ouch. I mean, that certainly was plenty of damage on me. Why is it suddenly... I see now why I decided to set this particular one aside. Because it was doing things I didn't understand. I get it now. I get it. Good to know. Well, you can have your damage field. Well, actually, I'm going to keep this damage field and then use it for infestation, because that's fun. And you go back down here. Good shit. Maravilloso. Okay. Now, what exactly was I cooking with this guy? Oh, that's right. I was considering whether ball lightning was a totally lost cause. Well, let's see if it can, how it does against this heart mage, even though they're resistant to explosions. Actually, no, here, this guy will do. What kind of damage are we talking there? I mean, that's... Okay, so even taking that into account, I mean, that's not unimpressive damage. Yeah, I mean, that was 14,000. That was not a small amount of damage. You know what? Maybe I approve of this build. Oh, this is a great idea, and I will water the kitty at the earliest convenience. Ah, water. Water sure is lovely. And I remember I was messing about with like light shot. It did not do what I wanted it to do. Oh, wait a minute. What would ball lightning do with chaotic transmutation? I simply have to know. Because if it shuts off the first line of Lua code, let's give the kitty some scritches. Cute, sweet little man. Who's my fluffy pufferoo? Oh, that's you, Mr. Hades. Oh. He's like, yes, this is me. I am the fluffiest. I am the most puffy. I am the most wuff. I am full of fluff. Okay. So what I need to do is find Chaotic transmutation. So this guy, go back into here now. Chaotic transmutation. I'm fairly certain I have it lying about here somewhere, but I'm get snacked. Oh my god. That is genius. I love it so much. I am gonna do it right now. Cause like that's a genius idea. That is so clever. All right, let's see. Edit. Here we are. Okay, okay. Sublimate. Matter. And then we're gonna put snack in parentheses. I'm gonna make it's one character over. So we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do fix posture. Very good, very good. This bought us the exact number of things we need. And then I don't know, fetch food, so I can sublimate organic matter. And origami matter. How do you spell? What is it? Origami? How the fuck? Origami with an I, but of course. This is so delightful. This is so silly, and I'm totally here for it. Oh, hi there, Mr. Fluffle. He's sniffing my hand. Oh. He sniff, and he's saying, okay, I approve. I mean, hey, I think it's fun. And it's okay. Everyone here has a strangely wired brain. And that's how we are around here, and that's okay. I'm certainly okay with it. Ooh, wow, that was a crack of the neck, wasn't it? Alrighty, now let's find Monsieur Chaotic Transmutation. If any of you guys see it, do let me know. It's okay if you don't. But I will find him eventually. And if I don't find him quick enough, I will probably just go and spawn a bunch of summon Taikasova, because Chaotic Transmutation actually shows up kind of strangely frequently. I mean, well, there is an extra myriad spell that is needed for other experiments we're doing. But where are you, Mr. Chaotic Transmutation, is the real question. Because these are the questions that we wonder about, and sometimes we find answers, and other times not. Some of the time the chaotic transmutation shows up, and other times it has chaotically transmuted itself out of existence. Yeah, if I get to the end of this page, I'm straight up just gonna summon Taikasova. We're just gonna do it that way. Okay. Well, this isn't always cast. You know, that might work. I mean, it won't really truly work, but it may suffice for a bit. Yoink that. Yoink that. Yes, little kitty man. You want more scritches? Because you simply must have more scritches? I understand, Mr. Fuffle. The kitty man is, of course, the boss, so I mean, who am I to refuse it? This is the always cast chaotic transmutation. We'll grab that feller. Because, you know, like, I remember I did not think much of the spell initially, because I did not know that it shut off the first line of Lua components in the spell. Or rather, in modifiers you attached it to. Because, of course, how could I know? Why would I know? I wouldn't. But then I saw a thing on the wiki. Watched a cute little alias video that he did. Good video, by the way. And, yeah. Pretty old now, but, you know, it was a good video. That settles it. We shall be doing good old, what do you calls it? Summon Taikasova. But it's okay. I have made a new Summon Taikasova one that may or may not be better and or worse than the first one. Yap about human biomechanics. So, now, Shaman Tiger Shover? God, it's funny. So honest to God, I used to look into like I used to have a lot more thoughts about this particular aspect of things. Wow. I'm shocked that this particular version, it spawns the summon Taikasovas so fast. But frankly, I can't say that it's strictly better than my other one, which actually also killed them. Wow. That one just blew itself up. Wow, it really did not want to have to deal with the burden of existing. But yes, so the particular evidence like that I'd seen brought to the table on the losing a few grams of mass like when they die, personally, like when I was younger, I thought about it more, right? And I was thinking, but then the more and more I learned about science, the more I thought about the fact that there, as sad as it is to say, there is probably just some measurement error at fault here, right? And that let's even just take the most generous interpretation and say it's actually just 100 bazillion% accurate and true. Oh wow. I mean, I love me a good explosive detonator, but I also have like 3 always cast explosive detonator wands. I don't really need that one there. But like, even if we take the most generous interpretation here, I don't necessarily feel that like the spirit having any type of like physical mass would necessarily be like either any sort of prerequisite to like it like I don't think it helps or hurts the case for like the existence of like a human soul, right? All that much really. And let's see, because I want to experiment more with Lumi with timer later, because I have a few suspicions about it. It behaves suspiciously, and you know, I would like to investigate it, you know, something court of law. But yes, and so although I used to think about it a skidge more, like as like maybe somewhat helpful in this particular pursuit, the more I ended up like thinking about it, looking into it, and the like, it became more clear that wait, does one of those wands have one of those extremely rare spells there with like the summon whatever swarm? So I thought I just saw them set loose, because if that's the case, I must grab. Otherwise, was it the result of random spell, maybe? One of these wands, that is also possible. Unclear. However, the as it happens, like the I've actually, you know what? I've already grown tiresome of my new versions of my summon Taikasova farming wands, and I'm gonna go back to my older one. That it's an all-in-one solution that also kills the summon Taikasova. It's just messier is the problem with it. Like significantly messier. It digs at terrain. It messes shit up. But it does do one thing very effectively, and that is it summons a Taikasova and then they perish. If I can find it. Is that it? No. That's the one. Hey, hey, hey. How you doing, old man Windbreaker? Glad to see ya. Yeah, so this one, I was wondering what would happen if I put a homing on this. Do I have a spare homing? I do. Oh, that's right, I remember now. The homing's position here. I actually already have a homing and it's not doing its job, so never mind. Unfreaking believable. But also, let me just check to see if Summon Taikasova does in fact spawn Chaotic Transmutation. Otherwise, this is all just totally silly and pointless. Is that it? Or is that just Homebringer again? Just Homebringer again. Summon Taikasova. Now let's see. Do you spawn? But yes, how are you doing? And the spells is spawn. We're looking for modifiers. And we are looking. Ah, yes. It does in fact spawn on the dealio. So, nothing to worry about. It's not thoroughly pointless. Oh, that's right. We need to post the live notification. Silly me. Live. There we go. And now we go over to there, the good stuff. Okay. Gotta love a whole bunch of plasma. Just plasmaing about. Oh, what's this now? Is that a 26 slot wand I spy? Find out next time on, I don't know, something Love Island or whatever that one show was. I am so unworldly in terms of television programs these days. Like, I watched a lot of television programs when I was younger, so like I know about a lot of those, but there are quite a few of them that I don't know the first thing about these days. Same great time, same great channel. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you get it. But yeah, so like fundamentally one of the big issues with like the idea of like mass and like a person like perishing, right? Even if like in because like the idea of like measuring before and after they died, right? Is not that strange. And like one big problem is of course by the time that you could measure, right? The that change, it could be that they've defecated themselves, it could be that they've, you know, pissed themselves, it could be like any range of other things, right? And the other issue is that like by the time you've cleaned the person, like the person's body off and whatnot, that you can like truly rule those things out. That's a not insignificant number of chainsaws. I'll deal with them later, but good stuff. um by the time you've done that, you've also started to introduce other factors, right? um that make it a lot harder to actually like draw any solid conclusions from it, which, as I've stated in the past, measurement is a big deal. It matters a lot. And indeed, the difficulties of measurement are one of those things. They truly do plague every aspect of every part of all sciences. And, you know, it's just the nature of it, right? Not really much getting around it. It just can't be that way. And it's one of those things we must sagely accept. Let's see here. Let's cast this. Now, do you have any useful... I will yoink the... Well, do I want this chainsaw, actually? Maybe. Nah, wait. 10 cast? Out of 15. That's very weird. Very strange. Now, let's scooch over. Oh, wait, that's right. Before I actually forget about this other wand over here, I need to go fetch it. Otherwise, I'm definitely going to forget. And it is actually a wand I've invested not insignificant resources into. So I think I actually invested like 2 Holy Mountain perks into it for a series of experiments. Why would I do that, you may ask? For science, of course. I wanted to see like what may come of it. And the answer was that like if I were to invest a few more like slot up dealios, that it would probably be it would be a monstrously powerful wand. Yeah. And yes. Let me see, where did that area go? It's not too far away. Because I did not really go that far. Then again, there are enemies over here, which means I'm pretty sure I deposited the wand over in the not very many at all enemy zone. And not to worry, I will read the chat in a moment. I'd simply like to at least put in the baseline bare minimum of effort to finding that wand again. Especially before I like give up on it entirely. Okay. I do believe this area, right? So it should be this lower down area. We should have the wand. Not you guys. Let me see. That was quite the whistle. Oh, I need to run a 1-minute ad. Boop. Get rid of them damn pre-rolls. Oh, dearie me. Oi, oi. Yeah, where exactly did I? I'm frankly a little confused as to where I could have put that wand at this stage, but I'm probably about to give up here. Wait a minute. Where did you go, Mr. Wand? Where have you gone? Why have you forsaken me? Oh well. Best I can hope for is that I maybe put it back. Okay, yeah, of course, yeah, the electric pulses don't matter. So yeah, like I do recollect that there is one instance of like somebody like on a bed scale, right? I think one of my the problems was of course like to my knowledge, the way that such scales work, they would be subject to like the way that, if you press down with like force on a scale, that would uh, temporarily increase the overall like weight of the thing, right? The apparent weight, I suppose, what you would say. Like what it would be measured as. And actually, maybe this is the area that has the wand, possibly. I thought that maybe this time would be different, and that I would remember like where I set the wand. But no, I'm not sure why I was so foolish as to assume that. Um, Frankly, I'm not entirely certain what came over me that I would like come to such a foolhardy conclusion. Cause yeah, like since when have I ever been able to remember where the hell the wand was? And the answer is absolutely never. Yeah, like legit, I don't think it's ever happened. Okay. That is very funny. Oh god, that's ridiculous. Cracks me up though, it is funny. Oh goody, it does appear that Kanubi has finally resumed streaming again for whatever reason. And I need to make sure that my very sizable like stream streak does not go away, because I have like over 100, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so I'm just opening that up here real quick. Yeah. There we go, it's open. Excellent. Good shit. Let's see. Yeah. And not to worry, Meatball, I did be reading your thing, and I do get what you're saying. And let me see. So, as soon as I'd be saying here that they were asking about the electrical pulses. Yeah, because I definitely, like, as far as I understand things, yeah, the electrical pulses would not be the area where like the mass would be coming from. I mean, it's a solid thought, but to my knowledge, the area that like theoretically, I think that the most sensible place for the mass to like be coming from, if there was missing mass, which I'm not necessarily convinced that there is, um, would probably be something to do with like, in theory it could be something like the ongoing like production of consciousness, as it were, right? um but that would be a totally separate discussion, and at this stage I'm still not convinced that it's like not a measurement thing, because if you've ever stood on a scale, right, it's pretty easy to like push into the scale to increase the amount of weight, right? And this can even be done just by like gently shifting your position, and even relaxing can do it, which is a big part of like why I'm not like, until it was like independently replicated, like, because I don't have the same level of stringency that Meatball would want to have with it, right? For me, I wouldn't need you to like go in there, and I don't need the same person dying twice. I don't need like a whole bunch of um like, there's a generally I'll probably find whatever to be semi-sufficient if they can provide like a few bits and bobs in terms of like rationale and a few other things and good methodology, and like explain like what they're doing to prevent these things, right? But the issue is that, given the like how sensitive, like how much, what do you call it, reasonable amounts of sentimentality that surround the dying process, right? Your loved ones are leaving this world and whatnot. It's very hard to find a situation where a scientist could reasonably and like tactfully enough measure everything while still removing enough of the variables involved for it to be fully worthwhile as like a data set, right? And as unfortunate as that is, it do just kind of be that way, you know? And it's a bit of a rough one. Because it would go wild. And I do remember you, Dream Hunter,
Pretty
you
smart,
better bet.
dude.
Now, that said, Meatball, I don't know that that's the most that's not the most reasonable heuristic, right? Because that assumes a baseline level of human competence that I don't think is fair. But that's of course just me being an eldritch slime who thinks, who takes pity on the human race. You know, human beings. It's unfortunate, but you know they lack certain key competencies like having 100 limbs. You see, if you don't have 100 limbs, how could you be expected to do all of the measurements correctly? You can't use all of my fancy Eldritch Slime measurement tools because you haven't the limbs. So I'm afraid it's just not possible. But on a more serious note, the actual trouble is that basically, you know, you're looking at like a situation where fundamentally, what you were referring, the way you were phrasing there was a bit of a heuristic of like assuming that because it tisn't already known that there's not something there, which personally I'm not necessarily that is a type of heuristic I'm never very easily convinced by because I mean, frankly, there's a bunch of things that like first off, I've seen that type of argument been used to like support some pretty objectively wrong and thoroughly unhinged types of things. But I also don't like, yeah, like that's one reason, right? But fundamentally, it is just like a heuristic, right? A mental shortcut, um, and it's relying a lot on like the fact that all of science stands upon the shoulders of giants, right? And that's okay. That's a good thing. I like that about science. But really, I would argue that every one of those quote-unquote giants was not a giant, and that they were actually just another guy, and that they were just only appearing as a giant because they were standing on top of all the corpses of all the scientists before them, right? So, yeah, and it just happened that there's enough piled bodies that it's a mountain. Right? You can kind of understand the metaphor there. Right? So it's like, I'm never gonna find such an idea very convincing in terms of the we would have found it already type of thing, right? Because as far as I am concerned, there's a whole lot of different types of measurement tools we simply have yet to discover for many things, particularly as it applies to plasma field measurement, right? I personally, like, when I started looking into it, I was a little appalled by the rudimentary nature of, like, the both manipulation and measurement of extremely tiny changes in electromagnetic containment fields for like nuclear fusion reactors. Yeah, it was pretty upsetting when I found that out. I'm not actually that tired. Like it's I'm feeling just a little strange today because the a storm rolled through earlier. God, I wish I'd been able to find that one, but say lovey, I'm just not. you know, farewell 1200 mana charge wand and or 1200 mana max, 500 mana charge. Farewell. God, that's rough. Oh well. I'm gonna mourn for that for a moment. Sag, weep. But yes. Mm-hmm. 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 And yes, Meatball, I know that we use machines. Machines are only as good as the people that design them. And those designs are only as good. Pardon me. Those designs are only as good as the people who design them, and the machines are only as good as the people and machines that built them. Right, and of course, like, I don't think I need to tell you that making a reliably predictable and perfect like type of measurement dealio is not very simple or easy, and that it can be a bit of a thing, right? Can be a bit of a pain in the arse. Yeah, it does look like that wand will have to just rest in pieces, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's gone, I'm afraid, yeah. Okay. Well, that took the wind out of my chaotic transmutation sails. I'm gonna go test something else. That's fine. I think I'm just gonna bring out a big explosion wand and explode things. That will assuredly make me feel better about it. It always does. Oh, and Schlifu, yes, I'll give you a recap. Yes, it's a type of give me a brief moment. I can find it here for you. It's basically it's a derivative of a like common sense and or what do you call it? God, if you give me like about like I don't know 2 minutes, I will find it. So forgive me while I'm quiet for about a minute and a half or two. Okay. Da, 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 da. Ah, here we are. Yes, it is specifically a social heuristic known as wisdom of the crowd, the collective perception of a group of people, right? And this particular heuristic is particularly pernicious, much like all heuristics can be at different times. But the reason heuristics evolved in human beings is because they are effective more often than they are detrimental, right? And heuristics save you mental energy. Otherwise, you would need to reason through the most commonplace of things every time, right? But instead of that, you're able to like just come to a far more like you can basically come to the right answer via wrong methods, and this is very common evolutionarily, and it is a big part of like how we have been saving energy on the extremely energy intensive thing that is the human brain, right? Is by using heuristics for all of human history, actually. Yeah, all of human history. Yeah, but there's quite a few other type ones, which is so something pretty notable about heuristics is that I love yapping about because it's a big part of what I like did research on, I guess. Um, it is that heuristics are, in particular, the essentially the idea of essentialism is based in heuristics. And if you're not don't know what essentialism is the idea that like oh god. So like if somebody is using essentialist thinking about like a cat, that all cats are aloof. This is essentialism. You are abstracting that aloofness is an essential characteristic of kitty cat, right? Um, However, this particular heuristic is one of the least accurate and most pernicious because it then plays into other heuristics and stereotyped thinking that then lead to things like, I don't know, heavily favoring in-group, out-group thinking and dehumanizing other people and whatnot. And in fact, you could say that the essentialism heuristic is in no small part responsible for prejudice. Full stop. There's a very solid argument to be made there. I recommend reading these social psychologists. Crandall is the last name, if you're interested, from the University of Kansas. It's quite a lot of good work on that particular stuff. But yeah, basically that's that bit about those things. Oh, I'm just saying that Meeple, I wasn't claiming that that particular phenomenon was particularly a thing, right? Merely that the thing that you were saying was the means by which you arrived at that particular conclusion were not particularly sound. I was not necessarily disagreeing with you, and I apologize that the way I said it made it sound very much like I was disagreeing with you. This is a fault of mine. Yes, it is a flaw. I apologize. I sound like I'm disagreeing when I'm not trying to. It's a problem I've had for years. I continue to work on it. So my apologies on that one. And then people get defensive, and then problems happen, and then, you know. Yeah, it's a problem. It's all there really is to be said about it. But yes. Okay. So. Okay, it didn't fully take the wind out of my Taikasova sails. Just a little bit. Okay. Because we're looking for chaotic transmutation here. So that we can mess about with very silly things. Okay. And scooching. And looking at the things. Oh, and no, I am not, I'm merely and I was only pointing out the, I was being mostly tongue-in-cheek there, Meatball, about human devices as a whole and their flawedness. But of course, like, in some respects, like, yeah, like, you can only, like, a lot of measurement devices, like, there's no way to guarantee that, like, in certain situations you can guarantee, right? You know, like with standardization, sufficient funding, and whatnot, you can basically remove the possibility of like these types of errors, and that's fantastic. The problem is, of course, funding, and it introduces a whole lot of issues, right? Yeah. There's the wand! It's not forever lost! I found it! Thank God. I was gonna be so sad if I really truly couldn't find the damn thing. You see, look at this gorgeous thing. It's got 1236 mana max, 439 mana recharge speed, right? That's just fantastic, right? And it's because I got like one of those higher tier wands and I did the extra mana spell on it, and then I gave it a couple extra slots, right? And I intend to do more.
Here we go. Let's go to space. Let's go to space.
I agree with
Here
you.
we go. Let's go under the sea. Let's go to space. Let's go under the sea. For that special. Here we go. Let's go to space. Let's go to space. Let's go under the sea.
And hey, Coitus, how you
For
doing?
that special.
And I'm almost caught up. Now, I mean, like, yeah, like I'm not, yeah, I'm pretty. I don't particularly find the idea that the death incurs some type of like loss of mass. That one, I don't find it particularly compelling. And I'm inclined to agree with you on that. Yeah, because it doesn't. I'm inclined to believe that the essence of consciousness is not one that requires mass. Right? So, to me, it's like, eh. Oh, what? What's this now? Have I found a fantastic spot to produce a 26 cast? Or did I just get it right only that one time? I cannot tell. Well, no, that one is not what I'm looking for. So that means that I probably just got it right just that one time. Unless that is all. Oh? Is this maybe? Can't tell. If I'm making more of them. I've gotten at least 2. Because this is something I've been trying to do for ages, but I've failed repeatedly. Where I just want to make a bunch of 26 casts. Well, you know what? I made a couple. I'm happy. And then I can just put this away for the time being and deal with it later. Grab you up and move. Marvelous. So, yeah. I mean, there's a fair point, Shlifu, that, yeah. Like, it is more interesting for such purposes. Yeah. I just, you know, I don't like upsetting people, and yeah, I don't like upsetting people unless I hate them and I want them to suffer. But you know, that's pretty rare. You know, like there's only like 10 or 15 total people that I really feel that way about on a personal level, and I've known like several, like 3,000 or 4,000 people. I've known a lot of people. So yeah. In some respects, I would say it's good. In some respects, I would say it's bad. It's just definitely, on some level, it's definitely a character flaw. But yeah, yeah. You are from Sweden. I am from Los Estados Unidos. Yeah, U.S. Yeah. Not very fond of the place. Yeah, that's kind of exactly what I was thinking, right? Coitus is to like, you'd basically be needing to like die in a fucking vacuum, and like it'd be this whole thing, right? And like actually getting a for sure, like, not a singular bit of doubt type of accurate, right, would not really be a particularly practical, sensible, or like feasible thing to do. And that was a major part of what I was trying to say, is that like, because the feasibility of a thoroughly accurate measurement is so low, I find that in a 100% confident dismissal for one, it causes people who may like, so it causes people to dig in their heels, right? That's one thing. So let's just say that, so if you look at people who are like falling into rather extreme like belief sets, right? Um, like, what ends up happening is that they end up in that position in no small part because they feel that their views on reality and the world are not being validated by like the mainstream constructed public, right? And their local social group, both. And so essentially, by dismissing things so out of hand, it all but guarantees a person will dig in their heels. And if they were already heading down that type of situation, that they will be more likely to do so, that they will accelerate that type of thing. Whereas if you give it a, if you're a bit more gentle about it, there's nowhere near the odds of that happening. Yeah. So that's, if for no other reason to be a bit more measured about it, that's one, right? And I can understand that, like, yeah, but it's not like accurate and shit. I get that, and that's valid. But you know, something I learned during my experiences running a nonprofit about like chronic pain and like the treatment thereof is that people are pretty uninterested in what's real in like a general sense, right? They care about what is socially real. And as such, like they care about that constructed social public, right? And that in that sense, what is literally validatably real to the average person is unimportant. And that there's not much to be done about that, frankly. Yeah. And it's unfortunate, it's lamentable, but it is how it is. And as a consequence, you know, like, dismissing even the most, like, even what, like, a physicist like yourself might find to be thoroughly ridiculous, giving it its due is not an unreasonable thing to do. And that's just from that perspective, right? Not from the perspective of, like, the essence of the, you know, flaws of science, right? Yeah. And mind you, of course, I love science. Science is the best tools we got, and I'm here for it. Yeah. Yes, and that's the thing. I've never seen the, like, if it was a paper, I've never seen the paper with the measurements, right? And until I can like look at the paper itself, right, and like look at the methodology, fully comprehend the methodology, and like tear it to shreds if it has issues, or be like, wow, what a fantastic thing. You know, I am pretty reticent to say that much about like its true and like veritable veracity, like, because the things I can speak super confidently about, right, in terms of like their veracity, are the things that I've read the methodologies and like understand the ways of knowing the epistemologies and whatnot of like how we got here, right? I know the research, I know the body of literature, and I know the conclusions, right? and I know where the bias got systemically introduced, like what caused it and all that shit. And as a consequence, like knowing all that information also, I'm not gonna lie to you, it decreased my intrinsic faith in a lot of aspects of science, right? Like I love science, and it is the best tool humanity has. But it is also deeply subject to bias. And there's no getting around that one. Yeah, another 26 cast. Fuck yeah. Not 26 cast, but just 26 slot. Decelerating shot. Hell yes, I would like that. Quite a say. You know everything person bought. Okay, I read that one. Yes, yes, yes. I do not understand what you mean in this instance, Meatball, about the suffering. But yes, because yes, something Buddhism, something life is suffering, something rejoice. I have a lot of mixed feelings about that particular bit of like Buddhism, but I'm not going to get into that particular. I don't really feel like having a conversation about Mahayana Buddhism at the moment. Yeah. But yeah, so in essence, right, like fundamentally there are certain things that are a lot harder to know, right? And I would say that the exact if let's just, even if the human soul has weight in some respect, figuring that out with like actual like physical measuring instruments, I question the validity of that as a concept even, right? Like, because at that stage you might be dealing with entire like fields of interaction that are entirely not just unknown but inconceivable, right? Shit you cannot conceive of because we do not have any of the prerequisite knowledge, right? And so such things to me are just like, I'm just, I'm not gonna like, I don't want to make any strong prescriptive statements about it, right? I mean, it's a solid question, right? Yeah. And my thing is that I know that like on death, that people tend to like they tend to void their bowels, right? And so basically, you would need all of the measurements to be taken. Like you need the continuous measurements. Like it'd be very important that the measurements be like calibrated such that you could get all the measurements in the time between when their heart stopped, right, and when they're like they exhaled their last breath and they like expired, heart stopped, before they voided their bowels, right, and then after they voided their bowels, because then, yeah, basically, if there was a change there, particularly after they had fully relaxed their body, that to me is the really important part, because it's very easy, and I would be really, I guess, thoroughly reticent to trust the information unless the person was basically just unconscious when they died, because that would be the best way to make it so that they did not apply weight or like force to the measurement instrument, right? Hey, Ash, welcome on in. And that would definitely be like one of the best ways to go about like making that ship good to gooder up the measurement. Yes. And quite as say. Well put. Science is the best tool we have. It's not perfect. For example, a lot of papers that country is trying to paint a catastrophic picture of the future, while models used are insufficient. This is often the case when trying to model climate change in Europe after a mock collapse. Oh god, I forgot what that one is. It's one of those things, because yeah, for me it's just like, yeah, I mean, as an eldritch slime, you see, humanity's extinction is irrelevant, so just, I always found such measurements beneath me. No, I kid, of course. You know, it's just, it's often kind of hard to read about that stuff. You know, just having the heart to do so, I mean. Interesting. Arithmetic, population, and energy. Talked by AI Bartlett. I somehow feel like I've seen this before. I do not remember. You and Ash say you tried Emerald, it crashed. You tried somebody, it crashed. Oh no! Turned 18. Guess what? The economy. Oh no! Oh terrible! Poor Ash. That's rough. And let's see. There's some sensationalism in science. Perfect world science has no need for sensation. True that. Sensationalism. Yeah. True. Exactly. Right. And fundamentally, like my life experiences were such that that very the those biases actively prevented the proper functioning of society's relationship with science, right? So until rather recently in the United States, the FDA and the CDC prior to 2016 were relatively trustworthy agencies, relatively speaking. But more than a few things changed around 2016. But that's quite literally an hours long discussion. It will suffice to say that the imperfections of human institutions lead to situations where there's introduction of all sorts of different biases and oh bless you, Mr. Kitty Man, just a big old cute sneeze, biases and various types of just straight incorrect things, right? Just that probably serve some particular either financial or political interest group, and that the consequences for people matter little. And that in an ideal world, the science would be what mattered, right? The data, the actual finding, the seeking of the truth, right? Because to me, that's something that it's always been deeply important to me, to know the truth, right? But naturally, as a human being with when I'm not an eldritch slime, with issues with having bias built into yourself on a very foundational level. Heuristics are bias, straight up. But the way that the human brain functions is based on heuristics, right? It makes it very difficult, not impossible, to seek that truth. And in large part, finding that truth can be very difficult, but still very rewarding. And I suppose the point is truly that at the end of the day, when you're looking for what is true and what is not, right? That frequently there's no harm in accepting the possibility that two things could possibly be true, right? Like, that's certainly how I've lived my life for a very long time, is that, like, oh, there's no strong, like, very definitive evidence one way or the other on this particular thing. Yeah. Let's reason forth in the world as if both could be true, and come up with two different, like, branching types of, like, systems of understanding. And that way you can, like, operate from, you know, both perspectives. It can be exhausting at times. That's why sometimes I'll say, I'm not going to entertain that possibility. Right. Because I'm not willing to entertain certain possibilities. But I find that it can be very helpful in understanding where a lot of people are coming from. And, making sense of a lot of aspects of the world, I would say. Oh, Ash, I think you'll love this. Observe maximum slug. Maximum slug. There's so many slugs. I love it. Ten out of 10. But yeah. I guess, then again, like, I can understand that, like, doing such a thing can be very cognitively demanding, intensive, inefficient. So I understand that, like, it's not, I don't even think it's sensible as a thing to do. But it is something I've done for most of my life, really. Some of the time, Schlifu, some of the time. I have yet to figure out why it is that some of the time they do and some of the time they don't. Why? And unequivocally, Ash say, why would I get a girlfriend when she could be infamous, 2B2T, Griefer, Pop Bob, and she would have all of my base coordinates. I don't know what that means. Meatballs say, in science there's no sensationalism. Reporters bring stuff from science. Findings add sensationalism. That's somewhat true, Meatball, but here's something I would... So you say, like, yeah, there's no, like, sensationalism, but assuredly there is pretty substantial quantities of bias, right? And there's no real avoiding that, because even just, like, there are certain major biases that get introduced at all stages, not least of which, of course, is, like, at the funding stage, right? That's probably where the most major, like, biases get introduced. But, of course, like, even ignoring that particular very serious source of bias, there's also, you know, some pretty major bits and bobs of bias that pop up in terms of the analysis, but especially just what experiments are chosen to be done, right? But then there's yet more about what gets published, right? And then knowing the probability that certain results will not get published, right? So, like, all of these things work together to introduce certain systemic biases, which, mind you, are certainly acceptable. Like, they're acceptable in large parts, but one must be aware of them. And yeah. And I agree that scientists do get very miffed about the sensationalism getting introduced. It's very upsetting at times, right? It's like, no, you've just stripped the essence of the truth out of the science, and you've put something that is not there in it, and now what am I to do? And now everyone thinks they understand the thing that I did, and now they don't. And yeah, I makes perfect sense as to why scientists would be very miffed about that. I mean, yeah, valid, reasonable. I feel like anybody would be very miffed about such things, TBH. It's only natural. Yeah. And it's definitely just one of them things, as it were. Oh, I see. It's an anarchic, violently chaotic Minecraft server. Oh, anarchic. I understand. I see. That is so funny. That is super funny. I am thoroughly amused. But hey, I mean, personally, I will always recommend people to, go and date other people, because I'm a hopeless romantic, and I think that it is objectively a good thing when people get love in their life, because it increases the amount of happiness in the world, and I think that's a good thing. Because personally, I am a big believer that if there's any, like some people like get hung up on the meaning of life. Personally, I believe that the meaning of life is pretty simple. It's just to be nice to people and to have as much fun as you can, so long as it's not at the expense of other people, and to reduce people's suffering as much as is feasible for you in your situation, and to suffer as little as possible while enjoying yourself as much as possible. That is to say, maximizing your utility, but also, I suppose, maximizing your hedonic. What's that word? There's a word for like the amount of like your pleasure ratio, basically, in life. It's a purely philosophical term. I don't remember what it is though. That's fine. We have detected hydrocarbon molecules on the surface of the comet. Gets reported as ingredients for life found on comet. Comes life found on comet. Becomes the comet is an alien spaceship coming right at us. Oh, that's totally fair. Yeah, that's majorly irritating. Your cola's flat. No, not the flat cola. No, it's so sad. That's the true tragedy. Is the flat cola. Poor meatball. Flat colas are so sad. And so here's my thing. Many people will. I'm sure I'll get flack for this, but it's fine. I enjoy warm cola, but I do not enjoy flat cola. Right? I believe that ice ruins it. You so right, Coitus. You so right. Just the Sag emote, it's perfect in this situation. But yeah, like, I'm a big enjoyer of room temperature cola. I can also get... I also like just chilled cola if it's not got any ice in it, right? Because I do believe that the way that as the ice melts the cola, or melts in the cola, that it genuinely just ruins it, right? Because it's watering down the cola, and it just makes the taste awful, and it basically incentivizes you to like speed your way through the damn cola as fast as humanly possible. And like one of my greatest flaws is that like I do not eat fast. I eat slowly, like agonizingly slowly, but by most other people, like other people who eat with me in restaurants are like, "Why are you eating so slowly?" There are reasons for it. It's actually related to my Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Ren also eats slowly, but they do in fact eat faster than me. I am always the last person to finish the meal. I think I've maybe 3 times in my entire life not been the final person eating. Yeah, in my entire life, 3 times. Oh, nice. It's got 2 trails on the same thing. That's nice. So now we can have oil, gunpowder. Realistically, I can get rid of this guy because I have other copies of it. But I do want this quad. I will get rid of these plasma cutters in favor of other things that I would like. I will get rid of the large spitter bolt in favor of the acid trail. Scoochity scooch. And now we have a pretty like 3 trails right there. Because I don't have enough heavy spreads, I shall do that. Okay, that looks all good to me. Toss this fella. And now I grab the water trail and then we're all set. And we have, I'm pretty sure that's all the trails. Well, except for Poison Trail, but I have a bunch of copies of Poison Trail. So who needs it? I agree, the essence of cola shall not be diluted. So like ideally I would get my ideally I would have my cola at like 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Let me see what that is in Celsius. Yeah. I'm gonna run a 1-minute ad here real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. Do 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 do. So I have very seriously considered on more than one occasion getting those like those like non-ice cube things, right? But the problem is every time I've thought about it, right, I am brought back to one inexorable, inescapable truth. They would get far too dirty, and I am far too disabled to actually do as much as would need to be done about it to keep them clean. And that this fundamentally makes them unsuitable, which is unfortunate. That said, if that were not an issue, I would go for such a thing every time. Because, yeah, like, I just want the cola to be... If I'm going to have cola, I want it to be a little bit cooler than room temperature, right? But because it's easier to get the room temperature cola, as in you just need to leave it at room temperature, I will frequently just go for that because I don't want it too cold because my teeth, I have pretty bad teeth. They get pretty sensitive to like temperature changes and shit. Yeah. Yeah. Even meatball shaped could be the case. It might very well be. And you see, Dream Hunter, that's a fine meaning of life, right? Because again, the meaning of life, I've never found a good reason to overcomplicate it, right? Because to me, I guess a good meaning of life, it should be something that is fundamentally enjoyable. Or, like, fulfilling, pardon me, not enjoyable. Right? And things that are generally, like, fulfilling are, or, like, that bring you happiness and, like, reduce suffering. Such things are generally going to be, in my eyes, more well aligned with such things. And as a consequence, I'm of the opinion that, like, things that reduce suffering and make the world a better place, pretty solid bet for things that are just gonna be, like, in line with whatever the fuck the meaning of life is. Because, yeah, nothing likes to suffer. Except in, like, very certain situations. Like, even masochism, right? This is not the same because, right, like, true unbridled suffering is not the same. Because this is why, of course, the suffering and the pain distinction are rather quite important. Yeah. Actually, yeah, we could do this with the accelerative homings here. And then we could slow down this further at the initial velocity with that. And I wonder if it will die instantly if I put the heavy shot in front of there too. Let's give it a try. But let's also... Actually, no, we can't do that because the kitty cat's twitching because he's having cute little kitty cat dreams. The arrow does not immediately die. Crazy. Crazy. However, that is a pretty sizable damage for having, like, no modifiers at all. Jesus. Well, that seems to me like a pretty solid combination of modifiers. I rather like it. Hell yes. But yeah. However, I'm not sure that I... You know, I'll leave those there. That's fine. I can put this guy away. Yeah, that's fine. Don't need to overanalyze it. But yeah, so, like, fundamentally, like, I always thought that, like, if there was, like, some, like, malefic demiurge that said that, like, the meaning of life was, like, something that did not involve being, like seeking happiness, that they were evil and, frankly, probably some type of, like, creature that ought to be slain. Unfortunately for y'all, once squish powers have reached high enough, any malefic demiurges remaining shall be slain by Hamperchamp, the Eldritch Slime. Oh yes, and I see today. So, like, there was only just a couple of hours ago, really, pretty sizable storm that rolled through, and my joints are, like, still adjusting to it. Yeah, like, because it was big old humidity and, like, pressure and, like, barometric pressure and shit type of change, right? And so I'm just, my knees are feeling a little wacky. They're like, I don't like this. Why has everything changed? My knees, they creak. They creak. Creak, I tell you. What are you going to do about this? And then, of course, the rest of my body's like, I don't. What do you expect me to do? I'm in the same boat as you, pal. Right? And it's just like, yeah. Then they're like, I expect you to fix the weather this instant. And then, of course, my mind and body do not dignify such nonsense with a response. And will I have? I mean, I will. I'm happy to nerd out on the GPU right this instant. Actually, what I'm not able to do is actually test it out right this instant. Right? Yeah. Because yeah. Good stuff. But what do you guys think the ideal temperature for soda is? Soda, cola, whatever it is for wherever you're living. It is called everything from. In fact, there are 3 different names that are acceptable where I live, which are soda, pop, and cola. However, actually there's 4. The most common one is actually just to call every type of soda Coke. Regardless of if it's Pepsi or anything else. Everything is Coke in the Midwest. Why is it like that? I don't know. I do know that my grandma once said something really hilarious that sticks with me to this day. And this is the grandmother I don't speak of very often because let's just say this. There's not as many nice things to say about them. And that's the nicest thing I can say about them. Yes. So this particular grandma, who is no longer with us, fortunately, or unfortunately, I'm sure some people would say, whose children spoke of her, and I'll leave that one out. But her kids did not speak well of her, with good reason. That said, this one said, "Sody pop. Would you like a sody pop?" And I remember I'd never heard soda or pop before because I was a very young child. And so I was so unfathomably confused. I think I just looked at her incredulously and said nothing. For a solid, 10 or 15 seconds. And I looked around the room like, are you guys hearing and seeing this shit? Kind of look. And clearly they were just going about their business, right? And so, I realized that clearly this, whatever strange, words she was saying meant something to her. And so I was like, well, I guess I need to. I said, what is sody pop? And then they informed me that this is their word for all fizzy drinks that have, caffeine and sugar. And that all of these items are sody pop. And then ensued a whole ass discussion of the entire family about whether soda pop, cola, or any other name was acceptable. And the discussion went on for 30 or 45 minutes. And frankly, I remember more of that conversation than I care to. Given the incredibly obscenely goofy minutia that conversation involved, right? I would prefer to have not remembered almost the entire conversation. But no, I remember basically the whole thing. Very stupid early memory to have. Funny, but stupid. So dumb. And you know, like, everyone involved in that conversation, they got really heated about it, too. Like, they were, like, calling each other, like, they were calling each other names about, like, just what kind of, and I was just like, wow. This is not normal. That's what I was thinking when I was, like, 3. I was like, yeah, this is, the people here are not normal. And so I think I just went outside to play with the cats. And then I bonded with some of my cousins because they too were aware that this was not normal. Like, why does anybody care that much about what words are used for soda pop? Sugar-free cola. So now is as good a time to tell you as any. Like, whenever Ren has any sugar-free cola of any kind, it causes them a migraine. Because they are unable to handle the sucralose, the aspartame, or the, is it methodextrose? Yeah. Just any of the, like, what do you call them? Quote-unquote sugar-free things. The things that, like, are like the synthetic sugars, basically. Yeah. Because, like, some people just do not handle that stuff well. And Ren is one of them, and I also don't handle them especially well. But I don't have quite the straight up, like, my instant migraine. Like, I don't react well, though. I definitely have a bad time. Definitely one of those, gonna have a bad time. I have actually their chaotic transmutation. That's what we were looking for. Now I just need to see if I can maybe get more than one copy of it. Maybe. I hope. Probably not, but maybe. We'll try. Okay. Chaotic transmutation. And this one is a fine new wand, the we shall. Wow, what a dangerous ass wand. Truly. So fucking dangerous, Jesus. Always cast Earthquake Shot? Like, geez Louise. That is not a normal thing. No normal person designed this wand. There was no sanity involved in the design of this wand. Oh, hi there, Heart Mage. Have you considered perishing? Thank you. Like an origin song? That's funny. It's a very wacky little spell that does all kinds of bizarre shit. Like any spell that has like a Lua code component, it shuts down the first line. Why? Hell if I know. But it do. That's a lot of heal bolts. I don't need any of them. Liquid detonation. What we got here? What we got here? Who knows what we got here? It ain't quite certain. Mm-hmm. Yeehaw. Got that liquid detonation. Yar. Let's see here. Is that is an extra homing. I will take it. So, oh, I get it now. So oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. The Chaos Larpa and stuff does not have the homing component. Good to know. Good to know. Toss. But realistically, I'm probably just going to settle for the one chaotic transmutation. Because I also learned it can shut down the self-homing aspect of Omega Saw Blade. Which, I mean, that's more than a good enough reason for me to, like, mess around with it. Echoes of Decimation. Staring from the abyss. That's quite funny. Yeah, I can see the similarity. What hair? Put this guy away. And now, let's use some type of... I would like to use a... Actually, no, I think I can just make one. That's not a big deal. I can just make some sort of homing mist wand. And that'll be fun. Oh, there's another chaotic transmutation. Hell yeah. This'll do. It's not very good, but it'll do. Okay, we'll do a slime mist. With a heavy shot. Phasing. Homing. All of this inside a spark bolt. And one accelerative homing. Well, I suppose I could go a little bit more ham with this. I could do all of this. What's more is I could do this. This is all very unhinged. Let's do it. It works good. Mercilessly hunts down the baddies. I love it. Well, I mean, it's unhinged because I only need one of these. I have absolutely no need of like a homing mist with a homing plasma cutter with a homing plasma beam. Really, you only need one of those, right? And, like, you really don't need the electric arc, right? On top of that, you know? You really don't need any of that shit, but I have done it all the same. And I would not mind adding an explosion on Slimy to it as well. That would be very fun. And I do in fact have such things. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, da 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 da, do 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 do, do 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 do. Okay, do these things, scoochity scooch over to there, very nice. Lovely. Move the chaotic transmutation here. Oh yeah. I will move the plasma cutter off of here and replace it with a chainsaw because I would like the thing to go faster. And now I can fire multiples. Fantastic. I am so happy about that. That is so much fun. This is such a silly build. It really is. And especially once I get the explosion on slimy aspect with this, it's gonna be so silly. Like, something I've been wanting to do is also just like a, like, and mind you, it's a terrible idea, but like, it could be a lot of fun. The idea is basically a, explosion on drunk, explosion on slimy build with, so basically it'll just be those two mists and a toxic mist all together as homing mists. And, yes, that is the whole idea. It's a silly idea, but I think it could be fun. Let's see. Neat. I love that. Tee. Okay. Being paid to push the boundaries of science, of what's possible. Not repeat the same ones again and again. Wait, you're being paid? Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's thoroughly amusing. That's good shit. Now let me see. I would also not mind trying out the freezing gaze with the poison arc once I figure out or find it, one of those laying about, which I'm pretty sure I have some of those laying about, but I don't want to go actively out of my way looking for them. Because the way that Lassie was talking about it was that it could make like some type of solid wall instantly, and that sounds amazing. And extremely useful for when I start doing the nightmare streaking. Or like trying to anyway. I'm probably going to fail miserably, but that's fine. Okay. Got a lot of modifiers there. Good stuff. Oh, yeah, that's right. We also have this guy. I wanted to check out what he could do, because I'm pretty sure it was funny. I'm pretty sure it was very, very funny. What? I have questions. Let's see here. So, this is a 1. A 1 cast here. Got this egg business. I see that this is... what? What? I have so many questions. Well, something very cool you can do that I will just show right now. Actually, well, I'll put this wand away first, and then I'll show. And put that wand away. Let's yoink out some random wand.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, hey, Nightmare Streak could be fun goal. It could be good fun goal, and I like it. And I look forward to someday getting like 3 and being satisfied. But I really like Nightmare Mode. It's a lot of fun. Now, that's right. Chaotic Transmutation. Now, look what happens with the powder vacuum field. It's pretty wacky. So let's actually, I guess we should go somewhere with some more powders. So it's just getting rid of these powders, see? Normally, they explode outward at the end. But with Chaotic Transmutation, it turns off the first line of Lua code. So it just deletes the powders. Very useful. The same thing happens with Liquid Vacuum Field, which is extremely interesting. Right? Because that means that, you know, you can just get rid of a bunch of polymorph if you need to. So the true ideal use case for this, in my eyes, would be like Chaotic Transmutation here, some type of multicast, and then all the different like vacuum fields. Or pardon me, like a liquid vacuum and a powder vacuum, and then maybe a few other things. For example, look what happens when I now fire this Omega Saw Blade. It should behave very differently. There's no self-homing anymore. It no longer boomerangs. It fixes the fucking Omega Saw Blade. It takes away the worst thing about it. It also seems like it doesn't dig the way it should anymore. Which is weird. But it doesn't like totally get rid of the digging, but it's weird. I really enjoy that. It makes me very much wonder, like, what other crazy shit does this fucking nonsense do? Right? Like, what happens if I do that? Right? What if I do this? So it still gets the bounce, still ignores the boomerang. And it's true, we are about to find out. Interesting. Because I've been on a quest to make a truly safe Omega Saw Blade build, right? Like, I'd like to be able to do that. But it's, of course, very difficult. But yeah. So I'm going to put this back, put this back. Okay. And then this one goes back away here for a bit, because I don't need it right just a second. Now, I do believe, yeah, we've got a second Chaotic Transmutation there. I'm going to try to make a mental note of that, not forget. Now, it also prevents the Chain Bolt from, like, jumping, which is pretty funny. Very unuseful. I wonder... Well, first I'm going to put this guy away. And then I'm going to pull out a reasonable length wand. I mean, this one definitely qualifies, but it's got too many damn spells on it. This will do... Well, now you've got noise cast. Fuck. This one is perfect. Okay, good. So, what the hell happens with chaotic transmutation with chaos larpa? It still works just fine, it seems. And interesting, all the chaos larpa things still home. Now what happens? Flip-flop them. This is crucial. Oh my god. Do none of... So wait. Oh wait, no. So they still home. That is so bizarre. Like, it makes some sense, but that's pretty weird. I've been meaning to run a fucking ad to get rid of the pre-rolls for like a while now. I'm gonna do that and I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. We are also gonna try an unusual protein shake that I got from the food pantry. We're gonna find out if it's good. We're gonna find out if it's bad. We're gonna find out if we like it. We're gonna find out if I hate it. It's a brand that I wanted to try out many years ago. Huel. It's mediocre. It's ick. But it's not like inedibly disgusting. So I'm probably gonna sit here and slowly drink it for the next like 14 or 15 minutes. Because yeah, it's pretty bad. Although maybe it's... Sip 2 is better than Sip 1. But the aftertaste is still awful. The Huel vanilla flavor Nutritionally complete, ready to drink meal. Like, it's alright, I guess. But compared to something actually good, like the Kate Farms like nutrition like meal replacement shakes, like it does not compete. Right? Because by comparison with that actually tastes like pretty good. This is like got a pretty chalky sort of flavor. But you know, the further in I get to the shake, the more I'm upset and disappointed. Like I feel like the shake was promising something that it doesn't deliver. Why does it make me feel that? How does a shake do that? I'm honestly more impressed at this stage than anything else. Like, how exactly does a protein shake impart the sensation of, like, having been betrayed? It's pretty impressive. Definitely not good, but definitely impressive, I would say. Nothing a bit of pound cake can't solve. Because, yeah, that's real strange. Nom nom nom. Okay. Decent palate cleanser. But the real question is, why is the Huel shake so bad? It feels like it's lacking in some fundamental aspect of what makes stuff taste good. And I'm wondering why exactly a company would fail so miserably in that specific way. It feels almost malicious. If I didn't know that it was almost assuredly ineptitude. One of life's great mysteries, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, because money, but also, like, bruh, you're not gonna make no money if, like, nobody wants to drink your terrible tasting thing, right? Like, you don't end up at, like, the stuff does not usually end up at the food pantry because it tastes good. Right? Most often it ends up there because it did not sell, got old, and they basically just donated it, right? Some of the time, some companies, for whatever reason, whether it be PR or maybe they actually care, yeah, I am a psychologist, but, like, I understand it's like the quarterly, like, yeah, like, number go up thing, right? But the thing is, that only works for so long. And this company's been around long enough that that shouldn't be a thing no more. So, Meatball, yeah, I guess abstractly I understand that. I guess I've never been very food motivated as a person, right? Right, like, if, from the time I was a child, like, if it didn't taste good, the hunger usually wouldn't motivate me to eat it. Right? I'd have to get very, very hungry for that to happen. Right? Because as you get hungrier, your brain basically makes everything taste good. It's just how it works. And, I am going to pause a second while I fucking contemplate this shake. Because it's so strange. The nature of its badness is not something I was fully prepared for. It gives off the impression of being able to be drunk in one sitting. And it's only got 400 calories to the whole thing. But it's a full 500 milliliters. Right? Whereas the far more calorically dense Kate Farms nutritional shake is 425 calories, whereas this is 400, but the Kate Farms one is 325 milliliters, right? So way more calorically dense. And so I can only, like, speculate as to, like, but the more I'm thinking about it, yeah, you're totally right, Meatball, because the advertising says non-GMO, plant-based, so surely it might well be going for that, like it tastes bad, and so it must be good for me thing, right? I'm not so much in the, if it were, like, maybe for, like, this company, possibly, but frankly, as far as companies go, Kate Farms is pretty good, right? Because their product is fantastic. Honestly, if they were to sponsor me, I would unironically shill for them every day. Because it's amazing. Like, do you have any idea? So, like, I only got through college because of those nutritional shakes, man. They're so good. They're so good. Like, on top of that, like, if you just want, like, a protein shake, that they do that job too. But guess what else? They taste great. Like, they actually taste fantastic. The worst thing I have to say about them is a slight chalky aftertaste. But that's, like, literally every single fucking... every protein shake ever has like a chalky aftertaste to some extent or another. And they do a great job of covering up the chalky aftertaste. This Huel thing does not. Yeah. And, like... yeah, like... they're a pretty solid company. Because most of the people that buy the stuff are, like, just... and for a very long time, they're also very affordable. But yeah, most people buy them are, like, disabled people in hospitals are the people that buy them most. To my knowledge. But they did, of course, like, raise their prices to the point where I can no longer, like, really afford them unless they're, like, really on sale. And then I basically just have some of them for, like, they're on sale, like, once every 3 to 6 months. And so, like, I basically get, like, 12 to 24 of the shakes over a 3 to 6 month period. And I just need to make sure that, like, I use them when either, like, myself or Ren are, like, we're both feeling very unwell. But yeah. They used to be around like the $30 mark, like the $35 mark for 12 of them. But then they got hiked up to like the $50 mark during that like there was some period of time, rather it was during that whole like God, what was it? I don't remember. It was one of the times companies hiked up all the prices. It was when the groceries in the United States, when the eggs price skyrocketed. That's when it happened. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that it's pretty unavoidable for like a protein shake to like be tasting somewhat chalky, because I mean it's basically a little chalky. It's a, what do you call that, like a colloid solution or something? Something like that. It did, yeah. Absolutely it did. But there was one time in particular.
Here we go. Let's go to space.
Let's go to space. I agree, everything
Let's
must go to
under
space.
the sea.
Or under the sea,
For that
ideally.
special.
Mm-hmm. You know, I've drank a third of this thing, and I have determined that I've had enough for the time being, and am going to, because it's Monday, I am going to heat up my happy sandwich. That is to say, the sandwich that the Starbucks sandwich that I get, the 1 to 2 Starbucks sandwiches I get each week. I have one of them, and I'm going to eat it because it brings me joy, and they taste delicious, and I didn't have to pay for it. Which, of course, everyone knows. Free food tastes better. And I also recollected that I have, in fact, watered the kitty. I watered them just before stream. Like all kitties need good water so that they can, grow their root systems. Everyone knows that. Every eldritch slime is taught about cats and their root systems at a young age. It's very important knowledge. Exactly. And you see, that alarm was for me to be able to start eating. But I already had started eating, you see. And this is why I am, of course, a fool. And I shall be suffering with reduced effectiveness of the Adderall that I took earlier. Yes. It shall be less effective. We shall see by how much. It will either be by... It will be somewhere between some and very less effective. Who could say? But hey, again, Dream Hunter. Did you know the grand wisdom? And yes, I absolutely can, Meatball, 110%. But I will know in about 30 minutes. Yeah. But yes, Dream Hunter, surely you know of the grand wisdom about kitty cats and their root systems, right? Because Hamperchamp, the Eldritch Slime, has much knowledge, you see, about many esoteric topics. You should be impressed. Such as the fact that kitty cats do, in fact, have a root system, and that their root system needs watering. On a regular basis. And that some of the time, their sandpaper tongue is, in fact, used as a disguise for their root system, you see? And then as they lick up the water, it's why they lick it up so loudly and so goofily. It's because they're trying to convince you that they do not have a root system. Scientists are baffled, and they cannot explain why or how. It's true. It's true. And look at their cats with confusion. Exactly. It's true. And the reason that they have the sandpaper tongue, you see, the reason is because it's like the bark of a tree. It makes perfect sense. That is pretty ridiculous. Every time. Gets me. Oh, Lord. Yeah, that gag, honestly, I will probably still be laughing about it long after nobody else is laughing about it. Exactly, Meatball explains why the cats are so affectionate towards your mother's houseplants. Exactly, you see. What's more, it's all connected to Elden Ring, you see. Because, in fact, Elden Ring is a historical documentation of the real world. When they say, Marika of the Golden Bough, they are referring to kitty cats, you see. Because kitty cats eventually resulted in Marika of the Golden Bough. It's very true. It's very true. And how do I know? Because Hamperchamp the Eldritch Slime was disguised as Libra, you see, from Night Rain. So, I was there. Saw it with my own eyes. You mean you have a chance with Millennia, Blade of Mikola? I mean, I can understand why you might wish to be. I mean, possibly you could make it happen. Wait, Mikola? Okay, I understand. Yes. I mean, well, Mikola is. I mean, it's pretty objectively true that Mikola is, at minimum. Well, okay, really, it's. Actually, you know what? Never mind. Thing I was about to say, just not true, actually. But yeah. As if the other things I just said were true. That was pretty good. And you see, Millennia, I think that I think you could probably make it work, Meatball, for sure. I just would take. I think you may have to beat Radon in a wrestling match. And you may contract the Scarlet Rot in that process.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. You see? But some people are into that scarlet rot and whatnot. I thought that was a good rhyme. It's ridiculous. It's so silly, man. It's so fucking silly. I actually really love Elden Ring. I've never played it, but I think it's a really cool game. Like, I'm also very fond of the Dark Souls games. Actually, you guys tell me, do you think that Elden Ring is the sequel to the Dark Souls games or the prequel? Right? Oh, I agree. The theatrical, the pop, I agree. It's all so silly. It's fantastic. Mmm. This sandwich is so good. God, this sandwich is delicious. I'm of the opinion, I know a pretty unreasonable amount about it because I watched a bunch of lore videos about it because I was curious, and then I watched a bunch of people play through it because it's cool. And I watched a few streamers play through several of the games. Not all of them, but several. And of course Dunk as well. But, you know, Dunk completely missed everything about all of the lore in every one of the Souls games he's played, which is shocking, right? Can we talk about that for a second, right? Like, how does Dunk legitimately seem to, like, as if dodging bullets, as if dodging machine gun fire, avoid every single piece of lore in every Souls game, right? I know he has to manage many things, but like every shred of lore, every shred, like it'd be one, like I totally get that, right? Truly. My thing is, he doesn't even pick up, like I don't even think he knows that the Dark Soul is related to humanity, right? And he's playing Dark Souls 3. It's in the DLC. And that's the whole theme. I bet you, like, in fact, I'm pretty sure that somebody asked him, do you even know what the Dark Soul is? And he did not know what the Dark Soul is. At all. I think he just said a soul that's very dark. Right? And, like, I totally, like, mind you, I love Doug. I do not mind that he dodges the lore like it's machine gun fire. It's very funny to me. Oh, and I totally get that, right? Don't worry about it, Meatball, because no doubt, due to the fact that Dunk is, of course, you know, streaming, he missed quite a lot more than than you would in the situation, right? Were you not streaming and whatnot, and you're just playing the game. I have no doubt that you would pick up on a great deal more, right? But because there's a lot of subtle stuff, but there's also plenty of like you Lackle. Honestly, Lackle sounds like a very funny Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon would Lackle be? You guys tell me. I could see it. I was thinking some type of Persian cat that, like, I don't know, licks somebody and then, like, makes it so that they drop their item or something. Yeah, something like that. Lackle. And then they could be styled like they're a thief or something, right? And then the middle evolution could be Hackle. Like raising your hackles. And, you know, I'm not sure what the third stage evolution would be, or if it would just be a 2-stage Pokemon. I'm not sure. But I like the idea that Hackle would have, like, extremely high speed, right? And, like, a lot of bulk. That could work. That could work. I'm about 2/3 done with the sandwich, and it is delicious. Oh my god, is it delicious. It's like, a croissant bun with a bunch of bacon and eggs. And oh my god, it's delicious. It's so good. Like, if you can ever get these, like, sandwiches, it's somewhat like a brioche in this particular instance, yes. It's more like a brioche than a croissant. I take back my first instance of saying it was like a croissant. It's more like a brioche. And if you can manage to get something like this from, like, a friend of yours that works at Starbucks for free, I highly recommend you do that. Because I doubt very much it's worth whatever price they're charging. That is so delicious. Oh my god. I may actually cry with how delicious that is. Ugh. Unironically, eating these sandwiches is always one of the highlights of my week. They're just that tasty, right? So if it were up to me, right, I would almost exclusively be a carnivore. Right? Why? I don't know. I'm just built like that. I feel great after I eat meat. I just don't get to eat meat that often. Yeah, I can make non-meat sandwiches, but they're never as fulfilling. Like, eggs, I consider, like, in the meat category? But they're not truly meat, I understand that. But, like, to me, they're in the category. So I'll generally count eggs. Yeah. Which I understand a lot of people probably wouldn't, but I would. It's dead animal. It's meat. I understand that, again, that's not necessarily a great like, way to divide it up, but, you know. At some stage, like, when you're dividing up foods, you have to just, like, draw some lines somewhere, right? And I draw the line at, is it from a dead animal? If so, it's meat. Or is the animal theoretically dead? Right? Is it organically dead? A thing that was born dead like an egg from a chicken, right? That was never fertilized? Meat. You know, like meat. Yeah. It is, yeah, you know, right? It's as meat-based as milk. Yeah. I've always wondered what a coyote would taste like. I'm never gonna find out. But I've always wondered. Like rubber, you say. Intriguing. I've always wondered what latex from the latex tree would taste like. Also probably like rubber. I think my favorite character in Elden Ring, aside from Millennia, is absolutely 110% the blue lady with the 4 arms. Yeah, the spellcaster lady. Yeah. The one with the big ass hat. One with the big ass and the hat. That's so stupid. Oh god. Let's see. Alden. Ranny is her name. She's not a blue lady. She is my waifu. And yeah, that's right. It's Ranny the Witch. That's the name. I just remembered it. Yeah. You even got me. I mean, and you see, that's actually part of why I really loved him as a character, right, in Elden Ring. Is because, like, not only is the ending that they give you for the game super sensible, rational, and, like, legitimately, like, solving a lot of the problems in the world, but Ranny and the main character, like, get to, like, just live happily. It's, like, really fucking cute, man. Like, it's, like, unironically a pretty good ending for people. And I'm like, yeah, she had to do some fucked up evil ass shit to get there. But also, that was just gonna be the baseline state of affairs if nothing else changed. So I think it's lovely. And I really enjoy Ranny the Witch as a character. Right? As well as just like I really enjoy that ending as well. Like, I think it's a superb solution to, like, basically there being a thing where you can just kill God, take their power, and reorder the fabric of reality and the cosmos. Because I don't know about you, but that sounds like a system that's ripe for abuse. Ranny the Witch agrees and would like to fix it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, hi, Kitty Man. Kitty Man won't come up? Be a little snuggle buddy? Hmm? That's exactly what he wants. Hey, 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 Fedora Likarith. It is good to see you. How you doing? I'm finishing up a sandwich. It's been delicious. And I have come to the conclusion that indeed my the Adderall that I took earlier, enough time did in fact pass that it will not be totally ineffective, which is good. It will just be at like 45 to 50% effective, which is unfortunate, but hey, it is way better than less than that. You did an animation, finished it rather? Well, do tell me more. This sounds excellent. Tasty food. Oh yeah, it was delicious. It was like a brioche bun type thing, with a bunch of bacon and eggs. Oh, absolutely, Meatball. The parameters tend to be that the more acidic the food is that I ate, the more completely it renders the medication useless. The closer to water it is, the better. So basically, if it's just water, then it's fine. Occasionally, bread has slightly enhanced its efficacy as opposed to making it worse. Occasionally. Jury's out on butter. Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious. Like, what do you want to share the animation? I would be happy to watch it. I like looking at things that people make. I like pretty things. It accepts, I accept links, but you could also put it in the Discord as well. Are you in the Discord yet? If not, I provide link. Let's see, Discord. El de squared. And click the button. And then invite the server. Copy. And paste. Once the thing loads, yes. Ha 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 ha! I have sent a link! My power is immense! And it's growing every day. However, clearly, I did not do it correctly. The squish power thing. Does it need to be capitalized? Let's find out. Oh no, it did work. Or no, oh, maybe it just took some time. I see. But yeah, so I tried to do a thing. Oh god, I tried to do a thing. It didn't work. Like, I tried to like make a reward to let you like. I just wanted to tell you how many times you've used the reward, right? And I guess I do technically, I suppose, need to do it a second time. No, I can only do it once a stream, so it's not gonna work. It's the grow, yeah, it's the grow eldritch power. Oh, and I usually general is fine, but I think the one I normally use is chat relevant or relevant discussion things, I think, maybe something like that. I've forgotten the name. Relevant discussion stuff. Yeah, that's the one. But general is also fine. Relevant discussion stuff. Yeah. Rock and roll. But yes. Now, let's see. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, I bet the computers being the devil. True. It's true. Damn computers, they do be the devil. Now let me see. For Kanubi, let me check. Yes, I do believe. Oh damn. Yeah, I'm now at 130 stream streak. Jesus. That's a thick streak. That's the size of the dunk streak. In fact, I think that is the exact size of my dunk streak. Maybe. I do not recall. Now let's see. Relevant discussion. Ooh. Let's look at. Ooh. Tee. I love it. So, I accidentally produced a hilarious effect where right as it said, "Are you lost?" My voice said "tee hee hee hee," and it was very funny. It would be pretty ominous as fuck to do that, but yes, I think you did an excellent job, and I think it's marvelous, really, and it flows pretty nicely. I know not what the purpose of it is, but I do like it, and I am impressed. It's a good animation. Yeah, I like it. I think you did a fine job. I think you should be proud of it. It's good. Yeah, because it's hard to, and it's fun. It's a good, fun little thing. I like it. Um, I'm not quite sure. Like, is that technically qualified as like pixel art or something? I don't actually know. Or is it? What would you call it? Just, I'm not too sure what you call it. But regardless, it's pretty. It's pixel art. Okay. Yeah. It's very good pixel art. I like it a lot. Yeah, it's really nice. I will speak more on it in a moment, but I'm going to run a 1-minute ad, and to get rid of the evil pre-rolls, I will be back. Okay. What about this? Whoopsie daisies, that's a bit much. There we go. This seems to affect that not at all. Wait, what? Excuse me? Why does that work? I think it's nice. I think that maybe, is it that uncanny? I think he's cute. I think he's just misunderstood. If we take it at face value, he's just trying to escort a child who is lost back to their parents or something. And I think the menacing is just by coincidence, and maybe a little bit by design. Who could say? Just, it's the same way that hamperchamp here is some of the time extremely menacing by accident. You see, it's not my fault that some of the time I have a bunch of mouths. It's not my fault that some of the time some people get caught up in my infinite saw blade machines. It's their fault for getting in the way of the saw blades, right? It's not my fault that I got drenched in blood and they just, I just happened to look very intimidating in front of a large crowd, most of whom had been cut in half. That's not my fault. I mean, okay, maybe some of that's my fault, but I'm just a little guy. Well, I'm sure that's the way he looks, right? But how you know he truly the pure undiluted evil until you see his actions? Llamas in hats. Let's look it up. Llamas with hats. Interesting. I will be very realistically give this a watch. This looks very fascinating.
And you know, yeah, like I would say that there is some aspect. So if we get into the discussion, no, I of like what evil truly is, like we need to get into the discussion of axioms, right? Like one of my axioms is that unnecessary suffering is bad. Unequivocally, it is bad. And that another one of my axioms is that happiness and pleasure and whatnot, as long as it's not at the expense of other people, is axiomatically good. Oh yeah, yes, I'm well aware that yes, it moves the problem to what is necessary, and frankly, I do have answers for that. Right, I have a very well and thoroughly built out like moral system, but I mean, generally speaking, I would say that like if you want to get into like the moral like conversions of like various things of like right like how many human lives is like this, it's like this type of animal's life worth, vice versa, right? How many um like if it's like an endangered species, if it's like how much is like if we were to like be able to like even like because based on what we know, we also know that whales have a very rich inner world and whatnot. Yeah, like so like what are their lives worth and whatnot, right? Like and like is let's just say somebody's going about whaling, right? I'm sure I'm up for hypothetical things, sure. And yeah, I figured that that's what it was meant to do, Fedor Likarith. But for whatever reason, I don't. I personally, yeah, and that's fine. I tend to just never. I just find kind of eldritch and I don't know what a lot of people would consider to be disconcerting types of creatures. I think they're kind of cute with the murder mittens and the sharp teeth. Yeah, sure. I understand. Yes. What of it? Okay. The real question is, should I put this wand in 1 or 3 or 4? For oh fuck, I don't know actually. This is complicated experimental material. I gotta deal with that one later. So we're gonna put in 1 so I come across it later. It depends on the essence and amount of understanding, truly. Because depending on the microbes and the viruses, they may just kill the people responsible and be done with it. And then basically just allow, or alternatively, like, depending on, like, certain animals, they may, like, opt for a bit more of a vengeance-based approach, right? Oh, yeah, so maybe they would just kill all the billionaires and be done with it. Is like, maybe, like, so maybe they would it would not become an extinction level thing, right? But if you're asking how long would those people have to live? Minutes. 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 Maybe an hour. 2, maybe. It would be swift. I still don't know why this wand lags. Let's figure it out. Is it the... It's probably not the divide by, actually. Is it the electricity? I've had a lot of lag results with the electricity. That is part of it, because that is less lag. Because I personally, like, because the question fundamentally is in no small part about, like, what, like, it's about retribution, really. Right? It's about justice at the end of the day. And so, if they understand concepts of justice, they would understand that not all of the humans are responsible, that some of the humans are responsible, right? As a consequence, not all of the humans would be blamed. Justice is about safety, Meatball. In every conceivable way, right? Look at the purpose of the justice system. It's safety for the people who are, like, not in the clutches of the justice system, right? In many respects. Right? Like, many issues about why the prison system exists is safety. I mean, yeah. I mean, mind you, I want to make this clear about my position on the justice system in the United States. It's both terrible and has no resemblance to what I would consider to be true justice. Right? Let's start with that one. Okay? Now we've established that. I do also believe, if for no other reason than based on Ren's NDEs, that there is such a thing as objective justice. Right? Capital J. Justice. I also believe that attaining such a thing in this mortal life is well beyond what's possible. Gosh, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. What happens if I take the damage field off? Does that help? A little bit, but not as much as I want. But it does help a little bit. This seems like the divide buys are probably what's really causing this issue. Which is a shame. But there's not much getting around that, realistically. I guess I could try to take the blood magic off here. What happens if I take the blood magic off? I actually can't tell. It actually is more laggy without blood magic. Weird. What about light? That actually, strangely enough, did help a little. That's weird. And that's an understandable perspective, Likarith. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's really quite fantastic. I mean, I'm gonna take one more look at it because it's cool. There was something about it I wanted to mention. Just give me a sec. Yeah, especially the rate at which you introduce the words. If there were a way to basically extend the whole anime, like basically to slow down the frames per second, to cut it down by 25 to 30%, I would do that. Right, so that it would be less, hello child, are you lost? It would be, hello child, are you lost? The second one is far more terrifying on every conceivable level. And if that's what you're going for, I would absolutely slow it down a bit. And if you want to add a little bit of extra malice, you could add a few pixels of drool from his mouth. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying you could. You could. It is a little uncouth, no doubt. Like, there's... Actually, you know what? In hindsight, like, my implication was that he was going to eat him, like, literally just devour the child. But, you know what? The fact that there's uncouth interpretations, don't do that. If you're going for pure malice... maybe a 1 pixel layer of red pixels underneath the eye, as the eye that's initially not visible, as it's flaring up, having 1 layer of red pixels underneath the bottom of the eye could help, or adding a single red pixel in the center. Like, I really like everything else. Like, yeah, I like everything, but I'm not sure about like whether you would want sharp teeth or not. I don't think so. Like, because this guy doesn't seem like he's made of sharp teeth, right? Like, I just have a preference for sharp teeth, in terms of like, you know, if I'm making a monster, it should have sharp teeth, right? Yeah. But yeah, definitely the slowing down would make it a whole lot scarier. And the font, it's not my favorite font. I have a lot of opinions about fonts, but because it was probably made with pixels, I'm not going to comment on it realistically. They're just gums. How terrible! I'm delighted. Oh, dude, tell me about Nightmare. Boy, howdy, do I have a lot of nightmare stories to tell you guys. Because I've told you guys before that, like, I used to just exclusively have nightmares. And that's just how it was for 23 years, 24 years. So the font does actually communicate the calmness with which the words are spoken. The only issue with the font is actually legibility. Yeah, because it's a little difficult to read. And Meatballs say that they dark alley, little child, corner whimpering, looks like a girl. Go close and kneel down. Ask, "Hey, you okay? You hurt?" Yeah, yeah. Can't make it out. You go a bit closer. Let's see. One. blood lunges at you, mouth full of long glass shards aimed at you, yeah? Then what? Oh, you woke up? Nice. Yeah. I'll be real with you. That I've had dreams that are not like hugely dissimilar to that. Nightmares rather. I guess the biggest real difference there is like I mean, how did you respond? How did you respond to the child before you woke up? Did you respond? In some way, right? You didn't have time. So, my thing is that, generally speaking, it's rare for me to just, like, wake up from a dream under any, like, just based on what's happening in the dream. Usually, I just wake up when I wake up, or somebody else wakes me up. And that's just that. That's that. So, for example, one time I had a dream that I was running away from a bunch of human hunters with bolt-action rifles in a forest. About 20% into the dream, I was shot through the heart and fell onto the ground and started bleeding and died. And then I became a disembodied consciousness that then just left my body. Yes, I will drink water. And then effectively I blinked. Don't ask me how a disembodied consciousness blinks, but I did. And then I was riding with a skeletal being. They're hard to describe, but basically think a human torso-ish. In terms of like, okay, just they're a skeleton. And they have skeletal wings. And they have a pair of front legs that are hands and like arms and stuff, but they got claws. And but they got a very long tail, but they also have no legs nor a pelvis. And then they've got like a Nightmare Before Christmas type skull of like Jack, I believe is his name. But instead of like normal teeth, he's got sharp as fuck teeth. And suddenly I was just riding along with that being. And we flew over my dead corpse. Which I was not particularly disturbed by. I was just like, oh look, my dead body, neat. I kind of reflected on the fact that the gunshot wound still hurt somewhat. And then kind of moved on with that. And then there was a strange sequence of events of like landing in a clearing, and the grass and plants withering and dying upon as this creature like landed, right? As if they wilted because winter had arrived. And then the hunters came hunting this being as well. And then they flew off again, and then they tried to come to some type of peace accord with these hunters. And explained to them that fighting was pointless, and that if they kept up what they were doing, that they would pluck them up from the ground into the sky and drop them one by one, and make sure that they landed in front of each other's friends. I then remember that they were unconvinced, and I woke up. Yeah. And that was a pretty tame nightmare. So much so that I put it in the dream category. Very much so, though. Well, screw you then, yeah. I'll probably share with you guys the most horrifying nightmare I had someday. But it was a bit too horrifying, frankly. I don't like talking about it. But a less horrifying one was when there was this like concrete bunker place. And it was the same place that this peace accord had taken place at, right? It's because basically there's pretty much like perfect continuity between all of my dreams and nightmares. While I'm in the dreams, I can remember no less than like 30 to 60% of my nightmares. Right? And this actually makes it very difficult for me to realize it's a dream, because I have perfect continuity of consciousness, like you do in day-to-day life, right? And so it's not clear or immediately obvious to me that it's a dream, because as far as I'm concerned, everything has been operating according to dream logic my whole life, according to all the bits and bobs I remember, right? Because what I remember is a bunch of dreams and nightmares. And so, yeah, like that is a problem, but yeah. You know, that is my straight up default state of dreaming. In fact, there's basically been like no dreams that I've had where I didn't remember the other dreams. Yeah. Let's see. But yes, in this bunker place, I opened up like a closet of some variety, and there was a like floating The Grudge type girl creature thing, and they had sharp teeth, and they looked like they wished to like feed upon my life essence or something. And rather than allow them to do that, you know, like I think it's like, is there a comic book character or something called like Black Bolt or something? I think they're in the Marvel universe. And they're on the moon or something. They were in that show briefly with the Scarlet Witch. Maybe it was one of the movies. I don't care. No, it was one of the movies with Doctor Strange, yeah. And basically, the way that guy shouts and just erases things and just blows shit up with his voice. That's fine. So basically all you need to follow here is that rather than tolerate the indignity of this strange little girl monster creature thing in my dream, trying it to like siphon away my life energy, I stomped into the concrete in the ground and collapsed the entire bunker on both of us, and I teleported out. And yeah. And so there was a stomp combined with like a shout. And I recollect that I kind of like broke them into pieces. It was pretty gruesome, actually. It was dope, but it was also very gruesome. It looked like what would happen if a human being did that to another human being. Pretty horrifying shit. But indeed, yes. And I teleported out. But really, it's more accurate to say I turned into a gaseous form, pushed the gaseous form of my person out through the cracks of the broken concrete place, and recorporated. But I did it instantaneously, right? And the strange part was I could like feel the whole like duration of it. It was very funky, funny, goofy, strange, bizarre, unusual, but also natural. Felt very natural. And yeah. And then I decided to go seek out my dead body where I'd been shot in the other dream. I then woke up about a good while after I found my body and was inspecting the fact that my blood had evaporated. And I was reflecting upon the fact that blood doesn't evaporate in that way. And it tends to rather congeal, of course. I woke up sometime after that, staring at my own body. Again, that's a tame nightmare for me. To say that I have been stricken with night terrors for most of my life is highly accurate. Yeah. And I tend to remember them pretty well. Not always, but I also had this one dream that was lovely. It was one of the better dreams I had. Remember there was just this time in my life where I was just very... It was like in middle school or something. No, I was in high school. And, I was just kind of sad and shit, right? And I just was very lonely and whatnot. And so I just had this lovely dream that was 3 to 6 months. It was like maybe like 2 months to somewhere in there. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. It was months long. The dream was. And it was just of the genuinely like very pleasant process of like falling in love with somebody. It was really nice. It was really lovely. I find the dreams like that are always very personally significant. I mean, I didn't care. For me, like, I guess my perspective on such things is pretty different from a lot of other people, I would say. I am not fundamentally... I do not ascribe an unrealness to dreams in the same type of way that other people do. I accept that, yes, the dream world is fundamentally separate in every conceivable real manner from the physical one, the waking world, right? But I don't consider it not real, right? I don't agree, Meatball. I am vehemently opposed to the idea that dreams are all imagination. I can concede that they are composed in significant portions of imagination, yes, obviously. But to argue that it's entirely that, I would strongly disagree. And Meatball, then we will simply agree to disagree, because I will never, under any circumstances, be convinced otherwise. And frankly, yeah, So to me, there is no sadness in, like, the dream ending, right? Because there is no aspect of the dream that, like, was truly unreal, right? It was merely a different state of existence where something pleasant happened. And I was grateful for it. Certainly I lamented the sadness of, like, it being over. But all the same, I was more than glad to have had the experience. And I find that fundamentally, that is not the way most people deal with that type of thing. I don't really understand why. But I do know it's not. Because to me, it seems very sensible. Because regardless of what the case may be, right? Oh, I see. This requires an additional projectile. What if I do that? Nah, that's definitely not. That's no good. Unsure. Oh yeah, for sure. Like that happens from time to time. Yeah, for a day, that's a long time to feel disoriented. But yeah, I mean, 5 or 6 hours is usually how long I feel like if something really fucked up happened in a dream, right? I'll probably feel really off and unpleasant for like 5 or 6 hours. At most, really. Usually it's less than that. But it has happened. Notably, it has happened. Okay. But yeah, from my point of view, there are fundamentally like different types of dreams, right? There are some types of dreams that are fundamentally imagination, where everything within it is figments of your imagination. But there are other dreams which defy easy categorization. In particular, there are types of dreams where, like, yeah, what the fuck is this one? I have questions. But there are other types of dreams where what's going on is something closer to like a shared mind escape of sorts. Where the unconscious and the unconscious minds of different people like are meshing together into like a strange MC Escher-esque sort of painting, right? And I would consider such a place to be the dream world, as it were, right? And that you basically in the transitions between consciousness and unconsciousness, and dreaming and not, right? That this is when you're basically like diving down and surfacing up into like these different states of consciousness and into these different places, right? The deeper ones are most likely to be, or it could be the more shallow ones. This doesn't really matter really, but cyclically you would be in a like reflected with the REM cycles, right? With the way that like the sleep cycles work. You'd be going from the pure imagination place, down deeper into like a dreamless slumber, down deeper into a brief dream place, which could be either a pure imagination land type thing, or it could be the type of thing where you're actually in a dreamscape of some kind that may well be able to interact with certain other people. Like, and there are plenty of people I know who can basically cross-verify certain things between their dreams, right? So they'll have dreams with each other, and they'll remember at minimum the themes of the dreams, right? But some of the time they'll be able to actually get specific information across, which is when I'm really impressed. I've seen it like once or twice in my life where that happened. Total. Mind you, I talked to lots of people about dreams, right? So I don't think it's common or anything. But what I do think is that the fact that it's possible says a great deal about reality itself in my eyes. But yeah, sweet dreams, Fedor Likoith. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Have some good sleepy times, and indeed also have a blessed day. And I most certainly shall stay safe and take care of myself. My real question is, like, what is this particular wand build at all worthwhile? Is it simply excessive? Because I'm not sure. So already got that. Well, actually, this should do giga damage. So theoretically, I could also just do an orbiting arc here. What? What? Oh, I get it. That sure lasts a long time, don't it? Weird. Fascinating. It's also quite pretty. I am not sure. Mayhaps. The fizzle's nice. I like the fizzle. Certainly got less movement and stuff, but eh. I can see why I just put that one in the complete wand builds that I'm not sure what to do with area. Now let me see here. That is so funny. I just learned that that Gege Akutami, the author of Jujutsu Kaisen, is colorblind, and as a consequence, intended for Yuji's hair to be brown, but it accidentally made it like a salmon-esque pink. That's funny as shit. I love it. I found out because Ren sent me a text message about it. Yeah. I shall dub this Gamba Gamba Pinata Wand. Cause it just does. It's got chaos magic on it. Gamba Gamba Pinata. Like, look, it's even got a little COV. How fun. How cool. Neat. Ooh, that's a bit too much acceleration. Interesting. Huh. Yoink. Tee. Okay. Got some more horizontal path there, that's good. We always cast Bloodlust. I don't really need both of these guys. In particular, I don't need that fella. Very good, is better. Yeah. It's pretty fun. It is a good machine gun of this variety. Now this one is a bit weird. It's got both infestation and the acid ball, but I'm not sure that that's sensible. I wonder what happens with chaotic transmutation and that, but I guess that's that. And quantum split. I'd want to know, but eh. We'll run a 1-minute ad here real quick. Alrighty. Good stuff. Very nice, very nice. Okay. What I shall do is investigate some things over this way. Trying to figure out what the hell I was cooking on a couple of these wands. Could do true orbit experiments. Okay, we've got this guy. He's also considering You know what? This is a simple thing to test out. Let's do this one. Yeah. This particular one, pretty easy to test out. Should not be terribly difficult. A Circle of Thunder utility type build. Okay. I also would like to find the caffeine. Yes, there it is. Well, hello, Mr. Kitty Man. How are you doing? Indeed. A woo indeed. Oh my goodness. Excuse me, I had a belch and it was mighty. 'Twas a mighty belch. Oh, of course not. I assume that people be lurking, because people like to lurk. Myself included. 'Tis very both understandable and very normal. Well, actually, well, that's right. This one was just to test out speed up. But also, I don't feel like testing out speed up is generally that fruitful. But then again, it's not every day you can basically just cast speed up onto every single thing, which may well multiply the speed up quite a lot, like the amount of speed you get. I think that's actually what I was trying to test there, but yeah, that makes sense actually. Yeah, so this one goes back into here. We go over to here. Something simple-ish. You know what? This one will do just fine. Good, good. But in any case, I'm still glad to have you here, Dream Hunter. Why don't you tell us about what sorts of dreams you have? What types of, do you tend to have nightmares and shit and whatnot? Yeah. Okay. And now... Ooh. Interesting. So it's probably... I guess I'll just go find some enemies and test it out with them. Actually, there's probably not that many enemies that way. Most of the enemies are probably this way. Okay, well there's a guy. Good stuff. Interesting. So, what happens if you cast your thing? Me from there. What the fuck does this Circle of Thunder do? I have questions. Like all I'm seeing is it electrifies shit. I mean, that's a pretty effective thing. Firing it into liquids, I suppose. Solid use case. What other sorts of use cases are we looking at? Nothing really standing out much to me. Huh. Actually, here's an idea. This could be fascinating. And utterly ridiculous. It works. Oh my god. Or does it? Can't tell. What? Well, this is peculiar. So, fire it there. So it doesn't liquid detonation correctly. Strange. But it does sometimes. But only some liquids. Damn. Qué extraño. Yeah, I do not get what the hell's with that. Very weird. Because the wiki says it's a circle of electrification. Vera strange. Vera interesting. Okay, good to know. Rock and roll. Man, Witch Hat Atelier is a great anime. So we got this one. Okay. Alrighty. We got that particular one. Do you have the concentrated light bounce? You do. So we're gonna grab this one. Very good. Okay. Put this feller over here. There's the explosion on drunk enemies. Fun. Huh. Toss that guy. So firecrackers is a smaller version of cluster bolt. Interesting. Let's see. And now, well, bam. Huh. That is clearly not working correctly. It's not that much of a surprise it doesn't work on this particular projectile, though. Maybe it is, actually. This is infestation. Interesting. Okay. Alrighty. That gives me a few fun ideas. Let's try one or two of them. And I do not need all this nonsense. Let's see. And let's yoink these things over to this. Toss this fella. Good stuff. Grab this fella. Okay. So now we can actually test out the infestation quite a lot more effectively now. Let's do this bifurcated right here, and that should make this work reasonably well. Wait, what? Did I forget to take off the Omega Saw blade? I did not. I cast the wrong wand. Of course I did. That thing sure is rotating fast. If I were Mina right now, I would be very frightened. Interesting. Now, why is this? Alright, so it seems that infestation and clusterable or firecrackers does not get along well. But what if I get rid of the digging bolt? Okay, that actually does seem to work. However, it does seem liable to explode in your face. Meaning it's hardly reliable. What's up, Bayhue? How you doing? Right now, I'm just figuring out how the how firecrackers and clusterbolt interact with infestation, and the answer is very unpredictably. Yeah, like they just do not seem to play ball very nicely. And earlier we were talking about dreams and nightmares. Like, I feel like this is almost useful, but like, knowing the way infestation works, it would not cooperate inside of a trigger very well. I mean, let's give this a go. That might work. Do that real quick. I don't think I took it off. Let me check. Oh yeah, there it is. Let's see, which one? What accent would you like? Oh no. Oh no, le frein. Okay. Oh, oh no. Oh, this is so. I'm so bad. This is one of my very worst ones. I'm gonna preface this with I am horrible at French accents. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. I'm having trouble. I mean, let me listen to a French person talk real quick. Okay. A French accent. If you are new here, in case you remember me, this is a live channel for like culture, and oh no, this is so bad. Like not fine. Oh no, not. I'm very bad at this. So we've both interessant. Most foreigners, I was living abroad. Those people love the French accent because the French they believe that the France, the Francois is the beautiful accent that exists, and they are very mean to the Americans, and yeah, oui. God, that's so bad, and I fear that I cannot get any better. Yes, valid regret. Now you know better. Unironically, one of my very worst accents. And I've tried, I really have. The best I've got for you is the like ironic French accent, which is oh oui oui, baguette. You know, le François, huh? Right? Indeed. And have some good dreams, Meatball. Hopefully you have no nightmares and you have the good sweet dreams. Indeed. Yeah. But yeah. I tend to just be a lot better like the Slavic accents in general. But then again, that's not actually that true. I guess I'm a lot better. I guess I have a real odd smattering of accents I'm good at. You don't have dreams like you did, you say, Umbehu? Do tell. I used to have, we were talking about it earlier, but I used to have just a lot of nightmares. Like an unreasonable quantity of nightmares. As in, almost exclusively nightmares. If there was a dream, it was a nightmare. Very bittersweet. That's real valid, Meatball. I feel that quite a lot. What dreams do you speak of? As in, like, what, paste bin? What even is paste bin? I don't even know it. Like, I know what it's for, but... Huh. You were freelance hitman, and some mafia gang was angry at you and sent their own hitman after you, and he cornered you at your home, and you tried to beg him to leave the city business behind. There was no mercy. You ran away with, and a few bullets grazed your arm and leg. And you surprised him with a pistol in your hand, and you started shooting at him. You didn't hit anybody, so you had to escape again. Eventually, you found both the hitmen they'd sent after you and the people in charge, this mafia. I caught them by surprise, and you shot them all. But the mafia bosses and the hitmen, you finally said, in a movie-like way, you should have just let me go. John Wick those motherfuckers in that dream. You were on some kind of class trip. Downhill together in a coordinated way. From you was a beautiful blonde woman. Oh, you got my attention. Ski pole broke on the way down. Rough. That's rough. And you helped her gather her thing. That makes sense. She was some Finnish skiing star who'd recently been in the headlines because of her relationship status. And you knew who she was. You didn't want to treat her like a celebrity, just like a person. You held her broken ski poles, and while you were going downhill, I told her, I know who you are, I've read the headlines, but that's not important to me. And eventually while I'm going downhill, that you held hands. That's actually really cute. That's a really sweet, wholesome dream. I love that, actually. That's marvelous. Was almost in my hometown, and you were looking at bus stop advertisements. For some reason, we're advertising burlesque and 18 plus club material. Oh golly. You got pickpocketed, oh no! The Canada! Oh god. That's very funny! That's very funny, the pickpocketing one! Were you that thirsty in the dream? That's so funny! Hey, Dog Fox, how you doing? Yeah, those sound like very funny dreams, yeah. This is strange. Yeah, like, and Dog Fox, I think I was telling people on the stream earlier about, like, some funny ass shit. You're finally home. Mobile client makes, you're so valid. I get it. I relate. I feel your pain. The mobile client does not agree with me most of the time. We have, lengthy disagreements, you see. And, yeah, none of them, lengthy disagreements. The strange part about this combo with the cluster bolt and the, firecrackers on the, infestation is just that it doesn't seem to, yeah, it's probably because of all the spread. Yeah. There's really not much to be done about that except like drastically reducing the speed. And the run is going just peachily, realistically. I'm trying, because right now I'm trying to like really get a grasp of certain bizarre interactions. Right? Earlier I was trying to figure out chaotic transmutation and the way it like shuts off the Lua code of the first line of things, right? I did not see Steffi die. I will watch it now because I would like to see. I would like to know what. Oh, the kitty cat was having fun. I'm gonna make the saw blade spin for the kitty cat again, because the kitty cat is seemingly enjoying watching it. Okay. Going down, grabbing the things. Hit what you gotta get. Took a couple hits there. And the darkness. Oh no. That's pretty bad. Oh no. Killed by a Hamas. No. No. Not the Hamas. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, that's brutal, man. Oh god. Yeah, that's messed up. Yeah, that's really brutal. No doubt about it. Okay. But yeah, right now we're testing out various goofy things, but also I'm not sure if you saw, but I discovered a really funny thing. I discovered a reliable means to make a whole bunch of slugs. It involves the chain spell and the myriad spell. And when you combine them, you get mucho slug. Why you get mucho slug? I've only just begun to solve that particular thing. I agree, slugs, they be pog. But also, I made a little wiki entry. I added a tip on the explosive bounce thing. So, because explosive bounce basically had no information on it in the wiki GG, so I added a little bit. And it's basically just info on how explosive bounce and infestation has a similar interaction in certain regards to explosive projectile. And that generally, like, I actually consider it to be slightly superior to explosive projectile. If I'm not mistaken, like, doesn't explosive projectile have rather significantly more mana cost, or than it's more than 20, right? To you guys' recollection? I certainly know that the cast delay increase. Actually, I'm not sure. Is it similar? I have no fucking clue, man. Ask for relationship advice. Sure. What sort of relationship advice? Oh no, you would be surprised. I actually do. If you give me like an outline of situation, I will happily give you good relationship advice. But yes, let me see. Okay, we got those guys. Seem to appear interested, and you hang out for a few hours. Well, the first question is, in what way did she appear interested, is the first question. The second question is, what is hanging out for a few hours? And is it at the bar? Depending on the answers to this question, it will very much change the situation as I see it. Okay, okay. So, generally speaking, like, women go to the bathroom because it's like a safe space for them, right? And they talk to other women there and stuff, right? So, it could be that, like, something you said. Let's see. If I will initiate kissing somehow. It could also, I mean, Were they really drunk? Like, were you both drunk? It's a serious question, right? Because if that's the case, like, don't ignore the possibility. Yeah, so don't ignore the possibility that went to bathroom, passed out. Don't, yeah, right. However, there's also the distinct possibility that, like a friend, right? Like, but a friend of theirs was just like, "Ah, shit, they're real drunk. I'm gonna go and take them back home," right? Very, very likely, right? Because that's just pretty, pretty common occurrence, you know. And oh, and thank you so much, Zero Damage. I really appreciate the follow. Right now we are giving relationship advice. But yeah, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Have I followed you yet? I'm pretty sure I did, but I would like to make certain. I did. Oh, sure. Please use the point redeem. Wahahaha. I love. If you don't have enough points, I'll still give you relationship advice because Bayhue redeemed it, so it's fine. Okay, so you're sold, but you think she was? Oh, okay. So here you go. That's actually a great explanation. That tells me everything I need to know. Yeah. And absolutely, Zero Damage. You better bet. I'm glad that. I mean, I had a lot of fun. It was delightful goofiness. Yeah, like your stream, like a whole lot of fun. And if you are unaware of the sounds, it's the main aspect of the. Oh, and also lizard. The sounds. Not only the sounds make an awoo sound when I do sounds, but we've got several sounds. Lizard is the one we don't have for the explanation point. But if you really want your lizard sound, you can donate 0 bits through some type of stream interface that I am probably never going to touch again. But that lets you do lizard. Marfoy figured out how to do it. I accidentally figured out how to do it a few times. And yes. Get Yankee. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. And if you watch Hyper Cypher X, maybe you will recognize this. Maybe.
Squaw, I have arrived. Bow or squaw.
Silly ass shit. I love it.
I assume innocent laugh.
Yeah, it's yo. So you do recognize it? Hell yes. That means I believe you are the first person to recognize Squaw. To know what the fuck the deal even is. Yeah. God, I love that shit. It's too good. But yes, so we got. So generally speaking, when women like go to like bars and places, they go in groups in no small part for safety. Because generally speaking, I don't think I need to tell you why the world is a less safe place for women than it is for men. Just how it is. And generally speaking, especially if she was very drunk, it is possible that she may not have one of two things is possible. Some of her friends didn't like you, or the friends kind of took her away to go back home before she could really give input. Just like, wait, let me get this guy's number. Right? But more likely is that had to be deprioritized over a sense of safety and staying with the group. Right? And that's likely what happened. it probably wasn't personal in any real way. So if you see them again, there's a real possibility that, you know, getting a number could work out, right? Especially if you're nice about it and whatnot, because, you know, they probably didn't mean nothing by it. Pretty likely. Interessant. Zero damage. Yeah, so I will get to your message in a moment, because yeah, Bayhu, that is, yeah, generally like Ren really blew my mind on this one. Um right, because so for basically my entire life, because from the time I was like 6, I started wrestling. And I eventually went on to like get like second in state in state wrestling. I was very good at this. So to me, this helped me have like a sense of like safety and security in my life, and just like my day-to-day life and whatnot. It made me feel very safe, right? So this led me to being a fool, right? Because I did not realize the extent to which so many different other people with less privileged backgrounds than I, in like various regards, like, because I am very disabled, but like I'm white, it's a fact, right? So like I don't have to deal with certain things. I'm not like dealing with certain issues, and as a consequence, I never really thought about how much less safe the world is for such people, and that like violence, right, like self-defense, isn't even a feasible option for like people of color, right? um just not. Because I'm not getting into that, but yeah. And so like when Ren told me that, like, and this was years and years ago, but like, man, it stuck with me, because I was just like, wow, it's not at all like, basically your relationship, you seeking a relationship is a fraught and dangerous activity due to the setup of society, and like the social institutions designed to basically normalize, you know, like SA against like women and various things, amongst many other issues, right? These things work together to create this situation where when a woman is like dealing with like dating and it's going out, even if there's someone that you like, or like, I really like this guy, that their first and foremost concern is safety. And that you can't just like, even if they were like a superb fighter and whatnot, that doesn't make a difference, right? None of that matters, because even again, because it doesn't help psychologically the way it might help a man, right? Because a lot of this comes down to like two factors: the real safety and the perceived safety, right? And perceived safety is primarily a function of confidence. So like, there's other factors, but I'm oversimplifying, of course, as one has to. But yeah, so like that's that one really blew my mind in a lot of ways. I always found it very unfortunate since then. I was just like, wow, that's rough, Zuko. What was that? No, what is it? Oh, that's rough, Hang. Thanks, Zuko. Or something like that. Yeah, but then zero damage. Say, in my opinion, Western dating has been cooked, steamed, and sous vide by dating apps and social media. Instant gratification has corrupted classical notions of social commitment and relationship perspectives. Easier to dump someone and start over fresh, and it is work on things that are hard. Happened a couple times already, obviously. No clue we was talking about specifically, but you know, thought I'd throw my 2 cents. Now, that's an interesting perspective. So, I have multitudinous opinions about this. All of them are nuanced and complicated. But the long short of it is, there is truth to what you are saying. Alternatively, so let's look at first commitment. Well, okay. I want to say first, I recommend to everybody to read the book A History of Marriage by Stephanie Coontz. It's a very funny sounding last name. It's a history of marriage. This book really was thoroughly enlightening to me, because this book goes into how initially marriage was this concept that was almost exclusively related to property, right? And there was a famous quote way back in the Victorian era where a fairly influential person said, "I do not believe that love can exist inside of marriage." Because marriage was so firmly entrenched as an exchange of goods and services, basically, of like the woman's body, a child, and like an heir, and like whatnot. Like that's just basically how it was for a very long time, and that's fucked, first off. But let's just take that historical context into account, right? Now, think this, because of course, like this power dynamic is bad. It's not good for anybody. Because truly, consent can only really exist in like a situation of like equal power, right? And as a consequence of this, it results in a situation where dating is just thoroughly cooked in that way. So naturally, this creates a situation where the imbalance in favor of like men for much of history at this particular point, like, is a pendulum thing, right, and basically women are just like being like, okay, I am happy that on the dating apps we've got the power in the situation, right, and they roll with it, right, and that's fair, understandable. And for a lot of people, right, dating apps are not serious, right? For a lot of people, it's like some people it's a confidence booster. Some people, it's just like they want to chit chat with people. For a lot of people are like actually looking for more serious shit. I had the best of luck with Hinge, the app, out of all of them, and I say that as someone who like actually used them quite regularly for many years, and actually did end up in like a pretty significant number of relationships. And I can say, I like to joke about it. I say disabled people get the biddies. It's true, and it has to do in no small part with what I was speaking about earlier with safety. A woman is a lot more likely to feel safer if like the person is like literally physically less threatening, right? I'm very disabled. I right. I'm not gonna. I am not gonna be able to do very much, right? Physically, I'm not gonna be able to like chase anybody. It really, I'm certainly not gonna be able to do anything like that, right? And because character doesn't matter in this regard, right? It's about perception. It's all about perception. Yeah. Let's see. So we've got Dave, you're too drunk. Prepare the coldness. Odds are that she didn't forget, and she probably does wish she got your number. So if there's a way that, you might be able to run into them again, like maybe go to like there on the same evening, like the same day of the week, maybe consider doing that. However, also consider that actually I'll go to that one. That's a can of worms. What do you mean by talking about stuff that doesn't exist here? God or whatever I believe in. I don't believe in a God. As far as I am concerned, if there ever was a God, they're dead, or they are so evil that they are either going to be promptly slain at some stage by something else, either more or less evil, or it behooves all other people in underneath any such god's purview to slay that god to make a more just situation. However, what I really believe is that there is no such thing as a god, and that nothing could ever qualify to my exacting standards of what a god would be, which would be inviolability, omniscience, omnipresence, and and the ability to have those things at least 2/3 of the time with no negative effects. Yeah. But if they can't keep that up forever, they don't count. They're just another spirit. So, it's the perception of your character, right? Yeah, so like everybody, so in the anime Fire Force, a pretty prominent theme is the doppelgangers. And these doppelgangers are basically the socially constructed vision of self. Yeah. So what other people see of you, right? What they believe you to be, right? So you could be a saint of a person, but if people perceive you to be somebody who, I don't know, based on what you've said so far, what I know about the things you've said before and your struggles with your struggles with various things, right? That if they look at you and they see you as somebody who has issues with drinking, they're gonna just judge the hell out of you for that, right? And as a consequence, because of like how picky one must be, like as a woman, and like the fact that frequently speaking, and like based on the statistics, there's a higher incidence of like domestic violence with like someone who drinks a lot. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm informing you of things that other people are aware of, right? It's sad. It is what it is, yeah. And like fundamentally, due to like, and again, in my opinion, the person to blame here is not a person. It's fucking society. It is the fact that society is constructed in a way to disadvantage various groups over others and advantage some. Because if it was a far more like equal system, then none of this would be possible. That these judgments would not occur, and if they did, they would be lesser. They would not be nearly as severe because they would have less to lose, right? Because the reason these judgments happen and they're so harsh is because of how much there is to lose. Because there's real like danger. And yeah, because fundamentally, that is the core of the issue. Possibly, I wouldn't know, but it's possible. Right? Now, there are ways to like there are like several other, yeah, I mean that's part of it, yeah, but I think another part would be like it also would give off like even if you have the kindest eyes in the world and like it would preclude the conclusion that it may well be a thing where it's like, well, they probably don't make that much money and this and that and right and like these types of judgmental conclusions, right? Exactly, because like the stereotype is in a lot of ways what matters, and like that the best case scenario is that you got these super kind eyes and like they basically will offset that judgment. However, that would mean that then you would need to basically like if it's like on a 10-point scale, right? You would need to offset that. Like for me as a disabled person, right? Oh god, what is the least awful way? I'm not going to get into that part. We'll just say it this way. Finding somebody who is willing to make certain compromises with so basically the dating pool you'd be looking at is people who have generally the similar types of issues to you, and the same is true for me, right? I mean, mind you, my fiance is disabled also, so yeah, keep that one in mind, right? Yeah. And yeah, you're right, Bayhue. It's more of like a pro-con thing. You're right. That's why I was like, actually, never mind. Because, you know, words, they hard to say. They hard to do. Yeah. Yeah, more negative. Yeah, exactly. Because the only way I would tweak that kind of conception is basically you need a significant number more positive than negative thingamabobs. And words are hard. They really are. So true. So true. I'm going to run a 1-minute ad real quick. IPRB. Couple. So this is a warp cast? What is the point of this? This wand is nonsense. This wand is utter insanity, I say. But yeah, exactly, right? So, totally understandable. No, you're not being dumb. You're not being dumb at all. Like, as much as I feel like a bit goofy and silly about like some of the things that I did and didn't realize for many years, like it definitely took like Ren explaining certain parts of these things to me to understand. Because like something that needs to be considered is so basically everybody on Twitch, as far as I'm concerned, especially in Twitch chat, myself included, are neurodivergent in some way, shape, or form, right? And generally speaking, people will give you more grace in regards to your social issues if you own that, right? If you're at the first sign, hey again, Dream Hunter, I'm glad you're still here. Yeah, I love the nya sound, it's great, 10 out of 10. Like, but if you own that being neurodivergent and you're confident with it, confident about it, right? And you basically are just upfront about what it really means, like, oh yeah, so like I might miss and like certain social cues and stuff. So like if you like don't want me doing it, if you're like not interested in a thing here or there, right? Or you don't want me to do a thing, just say so with words, and I will stop. Or just just tell me exactly what you'd like me to do, and I'll do that. You should like various aspects of things like this, right? You're upfront about it. You're confident about it. You own it. Everyone's gonna be happier. Any rejection will happen sooner. And frankly, it's a good thing because you won't have wasted your time. And basically, right, you're going to end up overall in a better situation in the dating market because it basically averages, it nullifies one aspect of something that would otherwise make you come off as rude. Right? Like as soon as I started like including that I was neurodivergent in my like dating bio, things like started getting quite a lot more matches actually. And what's more is I got a lot fewer with non-neurodivergent people. And frankly, that worked out better for me. Right? Yeah, it's just that simple. Right? It just meant that the types of people with whom I would have better dating experiences were able to locate me easier. I mean, the fact of the matter is, it's a valid and important topic to discuss, honestly, because like a whole lot of people are not like aware even that it's actually pretty like legitimately like normal and shit, and to like have to just basically be neurodivergent, own that, and to like not just and to legitimately like get the biddies, right? And that just being like a kind, good like person is a good thing, and that people will generally like that, and that being upfront about who and what you are, right, helps the people who would be interested in you find you easier, right? And also naturally, having like whatever your first image, like whatever your images are, like those are very important. So making sure that they like portray a flattering angle of you will ensure that like it's more likely that the people will actually give you a moment to look at you, to read your thing, right? Yeah. However, something I will say, right, is that Japan, like what that sounds an awful lot like verbal abuse, is what that sounds like, Bayhue. Right? Had the potential to do everything, but are wasting it being who you currently are, right? Like depending on like what that means, that could be like that at minimum is pretty bad, like pretty mean, awful verbal abuse. And at best, and like that's best. At worst, that's targeted venomous abuse intended to hurt you in the worst way possible while coming across positively to you in hindsight. To manipulate you, that is. Right? However, like, it's okay. Like, change is important. Becoming the best version of yourself is mightily important. However, the person who gets to say who and what that is you. Right? So, Bayou, that's actually understandable, right? But, so, if you don't want kids, Bayou, you don't want kids. And that's okay. It's okay if that changes over time, right? But it's also okay that if you just don't want kids. It's okay to be an anti-natalist. You know? And that's deeply understandable. Like Ren and I are not gonna have kids for very many reasons, not least of which is we both have a genetic condition that would damn the child to having a severe chronic pain in their life, right? So it simply wouldn't be ethical. But the same principle that drives that can actually be said for children in general. Children do not consent to live in the world. Thusly, it can be said that it's unethical to propagate the species. Right? You know? Especially if, like, the world is not, like, a good place. You know? That's not necessarily, like, my perspective on it, but there's an argument to be made. And yeah, that's totally understandable, Vahey. That's totally understandable. Like, personally, Lord, I have complicated feelings about these sorts of things, but, like, generally speaking, dating for, like, somebody who's like already got kids, it's just gonna be difficult, right? And most everybody with kids, like, who's already got kids, understands that. And whenever you go into dating somebody who's already got a kid, like, I dated a single mother for a while, and, like, what they wanted from me was not something I could provide them, and so, like, once I realized that, then that was that. I let them know, despite the fact that, like, they very much enjoyed the fact that, like, their kid liked me, we got along, you know, stuff like that, and, like, I was reasonably well versed in how to take care of children, you know. Like, they were like little, very, very little, like, still a baby, right? You know, like making the formula and shit and all that stuff, right? And how to hold them correctly and stuff. But yeah, that's totally valid, man. Like, that's valid, right? It's understandable. And the thing is, that's how you felt, right? It's not something you can easily change. How a person feels about something is generally difficult to change. right? It's not impossible, right? But changing it, like it involves understanding a why you feel that way, and accepting it, and then trying to reframe how you look at the situation to change your emotional reaction to it, right? And that's super difficult. Like, that's super fucking difficult to do. Exactly, right? Um, and the best types of relationships, well, that's not true. No, scratch that. Um, what I've always looked for in a relationship is somebody who wanted to grow together, to become better together. Yeah, that's what I always wanted and looked for. But fundamentally, what I found was that not very many people want that. Like, some people like think they do, others want it but aren't necessarily prepared for it. And Ren was the only person I've ever really met that truly was as thoroughly committed to self improvement as I am, and just being better, being the best versions of ourselves, right? Yeah, that's a. I mean, yeah, in a sense, yeah. I mean, it's complicated, right? So, in a sense, whenever you interact with somebody socially in any respect, you give of yourself, right? In some respect. However, by that same measure, even though you give of yourself, it's a non zero sum type of thing, right? You're not losing anything. You are just sitting, ideally you should just be sitting there being yourself, right? Helping other people be themselves, live their best lives and whatnot, be their best selves, ideally. The problem is, frequently, society and social constructs, life and jobs, money, and all these other things frequently get in the way of this idealized construct of coexistence and self actualization. Yeah. So, Behu, yeah. The other thing I was gonna say is earlier is attachment. Do you know what an attachment disorder is? It's a thing in psychology, but it describes something that I'm sure you would find much familiar. Yeah, basically it's like you can think of it like, oh wow, what a wacky fucking wand that is. Jesus. That's neat as all hell. I love it. 10 out of 10. So cool actually. It's fucking awesome. What the hell, man? That's dope. That's real cool. But yeah, so like attachment disorders fundamentally are a curable type of like mental ailment um, that basically is an issue with how a person relates themselves to the world and the world to themselves, right? It's an issue of like safety. It's an issue of how one believes they like what people who have an attachment disorder have issues relating to others in healthy ways. And frequently, and I'm of the firm belief that there's a researcher with the last name Flores who wrote this fucking amazing paper called Addiction as an Attachment Disorder. It is one of the most singularly poignant and beautiful illustrations of the essence of addiction and why and how it can be ameliorated, how its symptoms can be lessened, right? And how it can be healed over time, basically, right? And that although, yeah, sure, you're not gonna, like relapse is going to be expected, right? But that generally you can expect certain yeah, that would do it. Yeah, Bayhu. 110%. That's the type of thing that can easily produce an attachment disorder. Easily. In fact, I would say that, yeah, there you go. Right? So, that type of thing is simultaneously both like a curable type of thing, but also it's the type of thing where like dealing with it and is not, it's gonna be with you for your whole life. So like curable is a strong word. Treatable is the word I was looking for. That said, like we don't forget that conversation we had about Ibogaine. However, what actually shit, man, I might as well mention this. Ibogaine, I mentioned earlier that it would restore your like exactly no matter how much help, exactly, right? There are certain experiences you have in life that are so deeply unpleasant, yeah, that like they are not the type of thing that ever really leaves you, no matter what. And that is what it is. But of course, under some, like, I don't like the phrase time heals all wounds because that's some bullshit, but I do like the idea that, you know, under some circumstances time can heal a lot of wounds. Also, I fucking love Chainbolt sound effect. Chainbolt has such a good sound effect. Oh my fucking god. Oh hell no, Bayhu. Actually, no, I don't think you are. Nah. Because first off, carrying something with you does not mean that you will not have healed, right? Because even after something has completely healed, there tends to be scars. However, scar tissue actually goes away over time, right? So even something that was very, like, you know, mentally and whatnot scarring will generally get better over time, but especially if you have like an ideal sort of healing environment and situation. I mean, hey, that's a good title for a heavy metal song. Fuck yeah, good shit. But yes, the Ibogaine is essentially, what it does is it forces the person who took it to, like, it gives them the tools and also forces them to re-evaluate and restructure a, I guess it's a meta concept or something. It's a meta construct related to your consciousness called your life self narrative, basically. And basically, when a person wakes up in the morning and they're like, yes, I am X person, I have done this in my life and my life has been thus, And like, they're like, yes, it's been a good life and this and that and the other. And I feel good about it. That's a life self narrative, right? Or I am such and such, the job profession person who does this thing and has these friends, and I am getting old and I'm not happy about that, right? Shit like that. This is your life self narrative, and this is the summarized version of it in your mind, and it is present with you at all times. However, at key developmental stages, this process of having a life self narrative and the ability to formulate and have a healthy one can easily be disrupted. What's more is that some people have a genetic predisposition to having it disrupted more easily. That said, it can happen to basically anybody if the disruption occurs at the wrong time. And is severe enough. Yeah. But that's neither here nor there. Basically what Ibogaine is thought to do is force the person to reevaluate and restructure their life self-narrative. Yeah. And doing that recontextualizes their relationship with drugs. Because addiction, like I was mentioning, can be thought of as an attachment disorder. It's an issue with how a person relates to drugs. Fundamentally. Yeah. And thusly, Ibogaine basically helps them recontextualize that shit and have a much better relationship with it. Oh, you got it. Now you got it. That's perfectly all good. I'm gonna run a 1-minute ad, go to the bathroom, and collect my thoughts as well. I'll BRB. Grandma reads things, put that there. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay. Oi, stretch. Oi. Okay. Oof. Much stretches. Ah. Very good. I have finished the streaches. Although maybe I should streach more. Streach, streach, streach. Ay, 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 streach. Ah. I am doing the very much stretch of the iliopsoas muscles. If you do not know what the iliopsoas muscle is, the iliopsoas connects the front of the pelvis to the back of the bottom of the rib cage. Yes. And that is what it do. It is one of the most common causes of lower back pain. Full stop. Because it is easily strained in general by various things. Not least of which is, you know, common activities like being at a desk. Yeah. Resettling Coco. I was also thinking about maybe trying to set up my new microphone, but that sounds like a whole ass thing. Let's see. Yeah. Co. Alrighty. Ah, yes, put the hips back. That's good. Much better. Okay, grab the keyboard and things. Superb. Okie doke. Lovely. Drink the water. And readjust the locations of the OBS window and the window over here of Noita. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Now, God, I really do love this particular wand build. It's a lot of fun. Now, this one, I'm gonna figure that guy out later, and I would like to instead, adjust some of the things about this chain bolt build. I would like to make it hyper sustainable with a lot of different things. Okay, I wonder what would happen with a speed up here, actually. Yeah, that's a great question. Let's scooch all of these things over a bit. Okay. Oh wait, is this the one with the hyper delicate mana balance? It might be. Oh my god, what is this nonsense? Yeah, like legit, what? I'm sorry, what am I looking at here? Oh, it's always Castro. I get it now. Gamble all. Oh my god, that's so fun. Oh lord. Wait. I think I can do a thing. Give me a sec. I think I might be able to do something. Let me try. Exclamation mark. Award all 500. No. Award all 500. Fuck. Son of a bitch. Let me look at stream elements real quick. Let me see if I can figure this out really fast. Because I do have several things set up such that they should be able to do the things. But I don't know, I don't remember what the command thing is, right? So there's the quotes. There's variable sender. What I want... Okay, commands. Yeah, default commands. Okay, it's add points. Yeah, I think. So add points, and then... So, yeah, this might work. So... Let me see. Give me just one sec. Actually, yeah, this should work here in a minute. Okay. It should be... I think I can do this for everybody. So add points all 1,000. I did it. Okay. Very good. So that does work. Okay. That means I did turn that part on, and I did make that shit function correctly. Okay. That's a step in the right direction. Okay. So, let me see. So, let me... Okay, so, we've got the bets. We've got, not the bets, we've got the points. We've got... Actually, what does give points do? Oh, okay, this lets you, like, transfer between people. Okay, good to know. And then... Okay. And then we've, of course, got the very silly quote system, which is delightfully silly. Okay. And... let's see what... let me see. Slots. That's very funny. Interesting. How funny. Yes, clearly this is some type of scam, but it's a very funny scam. Oh lord. What else do we have? Let's see what happens if I do this. I don't know what'll happen. I guess type join to enter, to earn some of these strange points that I'm not sure what I want to do with yet. But, you know, you guys will certainly, if you get in early, you guys will certainly be the ones with the most. That is certainly the case. Oh god, that's funny shit. I love it. 10 out of 10. God, that's delightful. So, Yeah, I've clearly got that part working. That's good. Now let's see. Oh my, what is this? Ooh. Damn it. For a second there, I thought, oh my goodness. This is actually super useful. I think I might start using this at some point. Basically to do 45-minute timers where the 45-minute timer is visible on the screen. And that way I won't accidentally eat or forget to take my meds. Yeah, that would be hella useful. Yes, I'm going to use that sometime in the near future. Yeah, good shit. Yes, yes, yes. Marvelous. That appears to me to be more or less the only thing here that I have fully figured out is that particular stuff. Yeah. Weird. Interesting. Fascinating. Good shit. The paladin of the stream inadvertently buff. I mean, hey, I'm here for. I dig it. I dig that shit. This is fantastic. It is delightful. 10 out of 10. Well, let me see. The boop, the bip, and bop on the thingamajigs. Very informative, I know. Very specific. I'm known for my specificity. What can I say? Like bibbin and bobbin. Very specific. Interessant. Okay. So now, because that worked with that man, actually, yeah, that's what I wanted to see. How far do you fire? It does seem like you are firing a bit further with that particular dealio. So that is a good thing, and I love it. This is actually a very fun little wand. And it has proven to be exceedingly effective at everything. I love it. Into the #1 category you go. Okay. There's my maximum acid production. Now, this one is a menace. Does this always cast thing work with the... Oh yeah, it does make an effective ping pong. That's interesting. So an always cast can be used like this with the ping pong lumi to make it function correctly. Fascinating. TBH, that kind of answered my only question that I had with this particular wand. I don't know that I need it anymore, but I will put it in the 4 category for later, I suppose, because it's potentially maybe useful later. Hard to say. Oh yeah, I wanted to see if I could make... Alright, so what I need to do is I need to find any explosive projectile. Yeah, that can work. Now this guy... I now remember why I left this wand sitting out. It's because I need to transfer its contents to any other storage wand. In fact, I will do that. But you will go to 3 because or is that a mistake? No, it's going to 2 because I don't want to... no. I've done this one before and I feel like I ended up tricking myself, realistically. And that was all that I really accomplished with that. So I'm not going to try to be smart about it. I'm putting it in the storage tab and being done with it. Okay, grab this guy. Now, transfer these items. Who won? Coitus won the raffle. Hell yeah, you go. Still working on that lay of hands on the upgrade, though. Pally slacking. That's fantastic. I'm delighted. That is so funny. Oh. So these points work. Oh, okay. Ooh. And what happens if I do this? Interesting. It's also very funny to me that that I do not have. It's not like the channel points because I don't have infinite points. Interesting. Honestly, I'm not at all like Dunk in the sense that like I don't like have any particular ideas on what to do with like such a system, right? Dunk has a funny, strange, and a bit peculiar vision for like Dunkbot 2.0 and whatnot, right? I have some vision about what things to do with certain things, but I don't know. I don't feel very strongly about it. Okay, spiral arc. Orbiting arc. Decelerate. This guy. Gravity. Damage field. Powder vacuum. Summon Omega Saw Blade. This fella. Realistically, I would like to actually keep those two on this wand. I could do that for this too. I will actually. I will move. Holy Lance. I will keep the spell duplication. Because I want to see what happens if I bounce between Myriad and spell duplication. Yeah. I gotta know. In fact. Okay, so let's just put the powder vacuum field here. But then, other than that, we're just gonna... That's right. So this one, you're gonna go back to this tab, and I'm gonna deal with you in just a skidge. But in the meantime, oh yeah, so like I do not have the like I now have like so like I can see the system like that we have with what do you call it? The points. And it actually sort of has some level of like some small level of functionality, right? But unlike Dunk, I don't have a strong vision for like what I would use the points for, right? Because yeah, like for all of the issues with Dunk's vision for Dunkbot 2.0, he's got a solid and if not consistent vision. Right? And at least there's that, right? So what happens if I... So should I use... So I will use this so that I can then grab up any of those, any tentacle spells, and slap them on the wand, and then I want to see if it bounces back and forth and just creates a catastrophic number of slugs. Because if it does, well, boy howdy, we have struck upon a winning formula to make the slugs once and for all be the rulers of all of Noita reality. It's fucking absurd. That's so goofy because they are just literally like mindless lumps of flesh, so that's really quite funny. But then again, that's not so different from politicians then, right? But not so different from politicians and mindless lumps of flesh. I like that. That amuses me far more than it should, but it sure does amuse me. And it is real, like it is, yeah. And it is true that, yeah, like, Dunk does generally need somebody to ask about the things. And, that said, realistically, I agree, I will. I generally also need somebody to ask me about various things. Oh wait, look, we've got our chaotic transmutation. Very good. So, which spell here can go? Because we've got 2 copies of Chaos Larpa, I'm just going to toss one of them onto here, and then yoink the chaotic transmutation. Simple as that. And then, we are going to do this. We're going to put 2 of these fellers. And then, I don't know, no personal tentacler. Yeah. However, I am going to flip-flop these guys so that these 2 are next to each other. And I'll give it a 3rd. And then that 3rd one will be affected by the summon tentacle. Now, let us observe what happens when we try this. Because frankly, I'm not actually super sure or confident what's going to happen here. Because ideally it would bounce back really fast between the things and just fire repeatedly until it ran out of mana. What? Excuse me? Okay, maybe let's just try without the powder vacuum field. Okay, wait, no, okay. I need to get rid of the spark bolt. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. We launch many slug, it seems. Interesting. That is so many slugs. It's a thick blob of slugs. Interesting. Favorite dunk pasta. Reason, well, I don't remember. We'll totally explain. Let me show you. Wait, it's not how it was. Wait, how much was it? Wait, chat does anyone remember? Let me think. There was something about this thing. What you see in this case, however. Wait, no, why isn't it working? What's this? I remember there was something. No problem, chat. Watch my tutorials. That is pretty good. That is pretty good. That is pretty good. I mean, that's really good. Yeah, like it's so good. 10 out of 10. I approve. God, I also really want to understand, why do the slugs fire upwards, right? Why is that the direction it goes, right? No matter, like, seemingly which way I point the things. Is it because, like, Chainsaw has a default up-facing direction? I don't know. Now let's... What actually happens with decelerate? Neat. Just makes it a bit more visible, which I'm here for. Now the thing I would want to do, like, I would want to know what exactly, so I would want to compare this, like what a wisp of this compared with a wisp of a normal tentacle would look like. For I know not the answer to these things. What does Spiral Arc do? If anything. What? Excuse me? What are these strange crackle explosions? Explain, riddle me that shit. I have no fucking clue. Okay, we are explosive detonating and trying again. What? 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 Did I add something I didn't think I did? No. Just Spiral Arc. Spiral Arc says nothing about, like, explosions. What are these? I don't get it. Dafuke? Dafuque? I simply must look this up on fucking the Noita wiki, because this makes no sense. Noita Spiral Arc. Let's see. Okay. Would you like to know what the Noita wiki says about these explosions that tentacles are somehow making with a Spiral Arc? Because if you guessed the answer being jack shit, you were correct. Because you can see that it is in fact the Spiral Arc doing it based... Oh wow, that this time is different. Because it also casted the tentacles with the slugs too. Okay. Is it like some type of like pathing explosion thing? Now this is where I would really want that mod to fucking dunk with... no, god damn it. You got me thinking about dunk. No problem, child. Just walk on tutorial. It was pretty good. Yeah, I mean, like, that is kind of the vibe in this situation. And it is a really good pasta, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, that is a really good pasta. I have no grasp. Frank, like, okay, I have a very slight grasp. Like, I think what's happening here is because Summon Tentacle cannot be plotted out along a spiral arc that basically it is sending out some type of pseudo-related projectile produced most probably, if I had to guess, either by the interaction of the drilling shot and the chain spell and the tentacle, or by just the chain spell, or by specifically the tentacle produced by the myriad spell, which is going to behave differently because all of the cast happens basically. I think it was what I read said that it happens all in one frame or some fucking shit like that, or the same shit with spell duplication. Right, so yeah, that's my best guess. But frankly, I ain't got no clue. You had a good shower and you gonna hit the bed, get a good night's sleep, and you got it. And I much appreciate it. Much appreciate it. See you around. I hope you have a lovely evening and a great sleep. Yeah, you better bet. Realistically, I'm probably needing to wrap up the stream right about now. Not like this instant, but nowish kind of. Let me see. Is there like a raid snack? Let's see who we got. We got Neko. We got Snack. We got Aya. That person I was talking about the other day, in terms of like RimWorld stuff, who knows a lot about OBS. And I agree, it was a good talk. And you better bet, I'm glad I could help. Good stuff. Yeah. Neko's growing his negative win streak. Well, Snack is playing Balatro. I don't tend to enjoy Balatro very much. I would have fun playing it, but it's not my, I just don't understand enough for it to be fun for me to watch. Okay. So I guess either NECA or Aya. So we can go with new or not new. Well, you know what? This is their 1 year on Twitch anniversary, so I say we'll give them a raid. Okay, good stuff. I will run one more ad for the road, and then I shall prepare for the raid. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Oh, I get it. It must be the chainsaw. The chainsaw is what's making the little explosions. But of course, it makes but perfect sense. Is chainsaw making the explosion? I don't know why it didn't occur to me sooner. That means are these chain spell things not inheriting any aspects? It's hard to tell if they have damage or not. That's probably what that one mod is, the Dark Fox recommended is for. Good to know. Okay. What if I add gravity? Fascinating, it makes it go down instead of up. Whoa. How incredibly bizarre. Okay. Or maybe I'll raid Necta. I think I might as well raid Necta. Yeah, I think I'll raid Necta, because I feel like it. Rock and roll. I agree, ooh-woo. Ooh-woo indeed. In fact, I also do ooh-woo, and this too. And you bet, Coitus. Have a fantastic day. I had a lot of fun. It was a good Strim. It was just a chill, relaxed Strim. Not too much going on. I'm cool with that. And then Lassie, like, at least that's what I envisioned for it. And then Lassie raided, and it was a lot more active than I expected. I was totally here for it. And I had a lot of fun. It was great. And then it just wound down to be chill at the end. It was all good. It was a nice Strim altogether. It was lovely, really. Nice time. And I also discovered several important things. Like the interactions of Myriad and Chainspell, and they do interesting things. They have fun interactions, and now we can consistently produce the things. Great news. Alrighty. So I'm gonna hit the raid now button. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate y'all. I hope you have a great day. Toodaloo.